The International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia is now in session. L'audience du Tribunal Pénal International pour l'ex-Yougoslavie est ouverte. Please be seated.
Mr. Monroe at the register. Who will call? Huh? Pardon me? Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry. Thank you.
The prosecutor against Duško Tadić, case number IT 94-1T.
May I first verify that the equipment is working? Everyone in the courtroom who cannot understand me should have their earphones on. And can everyone who is wearing earphones in the courtroom hear me in a language they understand? Mr. Tadić? Can you hear me in a language you understand? Fine, thank you. May I have the appearances for the prosecutor, please?
Your Honor, please, my name is Neiman, and I am here with my colleagues, Ms. Hollis, Mr. Tiga, and Mr. Keaton.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Neiman. May I have the appearances for the defense, please?
If your honors pleases, my name is Michiel Vladimirov. I'm advocate at the bar of the Supreme Court of the Netherlands, and I'm counsel for the defense. On my left side is Alphonse Ori, who is also an advocate at the bar of the Supreme Court of the Netherlands, co-counsel for the defense. On my right side is Stephen Kay, barrister of the bar of England and Wales, co-counsel for the defense. And on my far left side is Silvia de Bertudano, also a barrister of the bar of England and Wales, assisting the defense.
Very good, thank you. Before we have the opening statements, I need to discuss with you lawyers this morning various motions that we considered at the pretrial conference on Friday. And we need to announce our rulings on those motions. The first motion is the prosecutor's motion to compel disclosure of statements of witnesses of the defense. That motion is denied. The second motion is the prosecutor's motion for protective measures for witness P. That motion is granted. The next motion is the defense's motion for summons and for protective measures. That has several parts to it. First, the request that the trial chamber summons witnesses will be granted. The request for safe conduct is granted. The request for video conference testimony is granted in part and denied in part. The request for confidentiality of certain witnesses is granted in part and denied in part. And the request for anonymity of witnesses is denied. Now, as to each of the last parts of the motions, that is the motion, the request for video conference, the request for confidentiality, and the request for anonymity, leave will be granted to the defense to supplement its declarations that you submitted in support of those motions by May 31st. The last motion that we discussed at the pretrial conference was the motion of the prosecutor to withdraw counts 2 through 4. I'll address that in a moment. The final matter that we discussed at the pretrial conference related to the request of the prosecutor and the request of the defense that the trial chamber make a ruling on, a preliminary ruling on various matters that you had addressed in your pretrial briefs. At the pretrial conference on Friday, we advised the parties, at least in 4 areas, that we could give you some direction on, and it was our belief that giving you direction in those 4 areas was sufficient. Let me just repeat what I told you then. First, the trial chamber has determined that no information that relates exclusively to the sentencing should be presented by the witnesses during the trial as to guilt or innocence. And we directed you to Rule 100 of the Rules of Procedure and Evidence. What we're saying is that we understand the position of the prosecutor and we understand the position of the defense. If you have, however, a witness who testifies, the witness may testify as to guilt or innocence, but that witness, if the witness's testimony is also solely directed towards matters that we should consider as a part of sentencing, we consider that we should hear that pursuant to the terms of Rule 100. And I think it was it Mr. K or was it Mr. Vladimirov? No, I think it was Mr. Ori, yes, who suggested that's fine, we've made that ruling, but how we will make that determination will be something else again. You're probably correct, Mr. Ori, but that is our ruling in that regard. The second ruling had to do with a request of the prosecutor that the trial chamber make findings as to the guilt of the accused with respect to a crime that was not specifically charged in the indictment. The trial chamber declines to make such a ruling. We do not consider that it is appropriate for it to find that the accused is guilty of a crime that is not specifically charged as such in the indictment. The third ruling related to the responsibility of the parties to give evidence as to the character of the conflict. The trial chamber does want to hear evidence as to the character of the conflict. I think the defense had taken the position that the appeals chamber had found that the conflict was internal. The prosecutor had taken the position that the appeals chamber rather had found that the conflict was international, although perhaps there was some confusion about that. The trial chamber has determined that it does wish to hear testimony regarding the character of the conflict. Finally, the trial chamber determined that it was necessary to offer evidence, that it was necessary for the prosecutor to offer evidence that the crimes charged in the indictment were committed in the context of an armed conflict. We consider that that is a burden that the prosecutor must bear. We then discussed, and I suppose we'll discuss again, the request of the prosecutor joined in by the defense that the trial chamber make certain rulings regarding the elements of the offense. We consider that the rulings that we have made thus far are sufficient to give you direction as far as the eliciting of evidence is concerned. We received again this morning the request of the prosecutor and the defense. The trial chamber does not consider that it is appropriate for us at this time to basically formulate a international criminal code. Instead, we think it's our responsibility to hear the evidence and to interpret and apply the terms of the statute of the International Tribunal. So that is as far as we will go with respect to your request. We think that we've given you what is necessary to guide you in the offering of evidence, and that will, I hope, end that matter, although I certainly understand your position. Now, are there any other preliminary matters other than the prosecutor's motion to withdraw counts 2 through 4? Are there any other preliminary matters that we need to discuss before I hear the readiness of the parties and the presentation of the opening statements? Mr. Neiman?
Not from the prosecution, Your Honor.
Mr. Vladimirov?
Not from the defense, Your
Very
Honor.
good, thank you. Now, is the prosecutor ready to proceed to trial?
The prosecution's ready, Your Honor.
Fine. Is the defense ready to proceed?
So is the defense, Your Honor.
Yes, fine, thank you. Now, Mr. Neiman, we had determined at the pretrial conference on Friday that the prosecutor would submit its motion to withdraw counts 2 through 4 of the indictment before you presented your opening statements. Are you ready to make that presentation?
Yes, Your Honors. The prosecution seeks to withdraw counts 2 to 4 of the indictment on a without prejudice basis, and in all other respects, Your Honour, we rely upon the motion filed and submissions that I made at the pretrial conference on Friday.
Is there any objection from the defense?
Your Honor, we rely on the response we've given at the pretrial conference, and we've referred to our position in that response.
Very good. We interpreted that as being no objection to either the withdrawal or perhaps treatment of the motion as an amendment without prejudice, though subject, as I recall, to your opportunity to present at a later date should the prosecutor seek to indict Mr. Tadić once again with respect to these charges, that you would have the opportunity to present any defenses that you have at that time. Is that correct?
That's correct indeed, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, Mr. Neiman, you have filed, the prosecutor has filed that motion with the registry prior to the commencement of trial, and I understand from the registrar that it is more appropriate for that motion to be withdrawn as having been filed prior to the commencement of trial and now resubmitted now the trial has commenced. So we will consider that that motion has been withdrawn from the registry and resubmitted as a trial amendment or as a motion to withdraw under either Rules 50 or 51 of the Rules of Procedure and Evidence. Is that the correct procedure, Ms. The registrar will tell me? Is that acceptable?
It seems acceptable to me.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, please.
Okay. Fine. The trial chamber then will consider the motion to withdraw counts 2 through 4 as being submitted as an amendment to the indictment pursuant to Rule 50 of the Rules of Procedure and Evidence, that being simply a dropping of counts 2 through 4. There is no need to postpone the trial. Now, those counts 2 through 4, charge the accused with forcible sexual intercourse in violation of Articles 2B, 3, and 5 of the Statute of the International Tribunal and Article 313 of the Geneva Convention of 1949. Is that correct, Mr. Neiman? And are those the counts that you wish to withdraw? Or rather, I suppose we decided that we'll treat it as a trial amendment. Very good. That motion then will be granted. Now, before hearing opening statements from the parties, the chamber thought that it was appropriate to make some very brief introductory remarks to at least put this trial in context as we see it. This is the beginning of the first trial before the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, an international tribunal specially created by the United Nations to try persons charged with serious violations of international humanitarian law in the former Yugoslavia. As such an occasion, this has certain historic dimensions. Nevertheless, we should all remember, first and foremost, that this is a criminal trial of an accused who, a little over 1 year ago, appeared before this chamber and entered a plea of not guilty. Under any system of justice, he is entitled to a fair trial, and to ensure that he receives one is our paramount purpose for being here. The lawyers appearing on each side of this case come from different legal systems, as do each of we three judges, but we all agree on one premise, and that is that the rule of law must be upheld, and that fairness is the cornerstone of the process of affording justice. In conducting the trial, the judges will be guided by the rules of procedure and evidence that the tribunal has adopted. As you lawyers know, we have approximately 125 rules of procedure and evidence, but we only have 10 rules of evidence, of evidence that will guide the conduct of the trial and the receipt of evidence, compared with the dozens of oftentimes hyper-technical rules of other legal systems. We have no rule of hearsay, for example, and Rule 89C of our Rules of Procedure and Evidence provides that a chamber may admit any relevant evidence which it deems to have probative value. And Rule 89B of our Rules of Evidence requires that the trial chamber apply the rules of evidence which will best favor a fair determination of the matter before it and are consonant with the spirit of the statute and the general principles of law. In this context, we judges will be triers of fact, and we will apply the law to our findings. The extensive pretrial discussions that have taken place, the many pretrial motions that have been dealt with, have all been aimed at ensuring that this first trial will be conducted as fairly and as expeditiously as possible, with justice being both done and being seen to be done. Regardless of all of the apparent trappings of today, that is our sole raison d'etre. We will be working together on this trial, whether at the bench or at the bar tables, for many weeks. We encourage you to be at ease to the extent that it's possible under all of these circumstances, and we ask that counsel discharge their responsibilities in a professional manner. As we have previously indicated in an order that has been entered by the trial chamber, the trial will be conducted from 10 a.m. until 1 p.m. and then from 2:30 until 5:30 p.m. With a 15-minute break in the morning and a 15-minute break in the afternoon. And we plan to hear evidence from Tuesday through Friday of every week except this month, which has a very, very different schedule for many reasons. On Mondays, this courtroom, which is the only courtroom that this tribunal has, will be set aside for other matters to be considered by the trial chamber and as well as the other trial chamber. The prosecution may proceed with its opening remarks. Mr. Neiman?
As Your Honour has observed, the opening of the first case before the tribunal is an historic occasion, but it's also a solemn one. The duty of any criminal court is onerous. The duty imposed on this tribunal is a heavy burden indeed. This tribunal has been created not only to administer justice in respect of the accused that stands before you, but there is an expectation that in so doing you will contribute to a lasting peace in the country that was once Yugoslavia. The human tragedy that has occurred in former Yugoslavia since 1991 is of major proportions. When dealing with violations of international humanitarian law, we are not only looking to the actions of individuals, but to the involvements of the authorities of the state as well. Through this trial, we'll embark upon an examination of events of unspeakable horror. What man has done to man in the cause of nationalism or an ethnic hegemony in the former Yugoslavia sustains the most agile of human reasoning. The evidence of the prosecution will prove beyond reasonable doubt that the accused Duško Tadić committed the crimes with which he has been charged, and that it was pursuant to a widespread or systematic attack against the non-Serb population of the Opština Prijedor in order to achieve the goal of the Serbian state, that it would remain part of what later became the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. When an individual commits a crime, the state stands as the bastion of justice. But when the state commits the crime, only the community of nations can protect the individual. Otherwise, evil has no boundary. The witnesses that will come before you are often bewildered and sometimes angry about the tragic and undeserved fate that has befallen them. The absolute terror to which they have been subjected in those black days of 1992 and the passage of time since then may have had some effect on their ability to relate all the details of their experiences, but their sincerity and their veracity regarding the crimes they describe and the responsibility of the accused for those crimes are, in our submission, beyond question. While this trial is primarily concerned with what occurred between the accused and the victims of his crimes, it is also concerned with the tragic destruction of that once proud and beautiful country, Yugoslavia. To have some understanding of the nature of the conflict, to have some understanding of the people of Yugoslavia and their ethnic composition, to have some understanding of why one ethnic group would want to so cruelly turn upon another with the intent to bring about their destruction, to have some understanding of the targeted victims of these crimes, then it's necessary to have some understanding of what was Yugoslavia. To this end, we will bring evidence about Yugoslavia itself. The evidence will show that the Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia consisted of 6 states: Bosnia-Herzegovina, Croatia, Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia and Slovenia. The ethnic composition of the Federation in descending order of population size were Serbians, Croatians, Muslims, Slovenes, Macedonians, Albanians, Hungarians and others. The major language is Serbo-Croat, which is a single orthography containing a Latin and Cyrillic script. The major religions are Roman Catholicism, Eastern Orthodoxy and Islam. If Your Honours please, I will now display on the monitors a map given the number 2-1, which in due course will be tendered in the course of the evidence. If Your Honours please, this map, when displayed, and I think it should come on the computer monitor, will show Yugoslavia
Yes.
in its entirety, consisting of the 6 states of Macedonia, Serbia, Montenegro, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Croatia, Slovenia, and the 2 independent provinces of Vojvodina and Kosovo. Your Honours, the bringing of Yugoslavia into a federation of states was the realisation of a dream, but it also was an uneasy attempt to embrace the complicated mixture of diverse peoples, cultures, historical and religious traditions, and geography. This diversity was especially prominent in Bosnia, where Catholic, Orthodox, and Muslim populations coexisted until the country was enveloped by political tension and armed hostilities in the early part of the 1990s. Sadly, this tragic land has had a long history of bloody conflict, which has no doubt had some influence on the national outlook. Although the peoples of Yugoslavia, especially Bosnia, are no different to any other peoples in the world in merely wanting to live in peace, their history of bloodshed inhibits their confidence in achieving and in maintaining a peaceful nation where ethnic harmony and security is assured. The tension between the Yugoslav ideal of one people and the ethnic division promoted by the nationalist interests of the various republics waxed and waned throughout the 20th century. By 1974, the then new constitution ensured that there would be a tight unifying control over the various republics, but that such control would be decentralised and exercised at the republic level. The investing of greater power in the respective republics worked during the life of Tito, mainly because he was able to exercise sufficient control over the various factions so as to stop them from breaking apart. Apart from Tito's death in 1980, after Tito's death in 1980, things deteriorated rapidly, and the rotating presidency not only failed to work, but actually contributed to the final collapse of the Federation. The Serbian perspective was nurtured by their folklore as a victim throughout history, including what happened to them during the Second World War at the hands of the Nazi-backed Ustasha, which was to be suspicious of and try and achieve hegemony over the other states of Yugoslavia. In 1990, there was held the first democratic elections in the republics since the Second World War. In Slovenia, the former communists, in coalition with the four opposition parties, were elected. In Croatia, the leader of the Croatian Democratic Union, Franjo Tudjman, became the president. In Bosnia, the major political parties were constituted along nationalist lines. The Muslims' SDS, or Party of Democratic Action, gained about 1/3 of the seats in the parliament, with the Serbian Democratic Party, the SDS, gaining 30%. The Croatian Democratic Union, or HDZ, about 20%, and 13% of the seats were taken by non-nationalistic parties. Alija Izetbegović, the SDA leader, was elected by a 7-member presidency as the president. In Serbia, Slobodan Milosevic became the president of the Republic of Serbia. The results of these elections demonstrated a deep division along ethnic lines. The fragile state of the federal economy, the growing forces of nationalism, and the quest for independent sovereignty of each of the republics, with the possible exception of Bosnia, meant that the life of the Federation was limited. On the 23rd of December 1990, Slovenia held a referendum of independence. On the 15th of May 1991, Serbia blocked what should have been an automatic procedure and prevented Croatia from having its turn on the collective presidency, thus leaving Yugoslavia without a head of state. Thus, the federal system could no longer work. On 19 May 1991, Croatia held a referendum on independence. On the 25th of June 1991, Slovenia issued declarations of independence. The breakup of the Federation opened the question of what was to happen to the military forces. The armed forces of the Republic of Yugoslavia, referred to the Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, comprised two elements. The first level was the Yugoslav People's Army, referred to as the JNA. The second level was the Territorial Defence Forces, the TO, which was a Republican-based force derived from the traditions of the partisans in the guerrilla warfare during the Second World War. The Federal Secretariat of the People's Defence directed the JNA. The Secretariat for the People's Defence in each of the republics was responsible for the territorial defence. The philosophy behind the two-tiered structure of defence forces was that the JNA was to be the first echelons of the defence to resist initial attack and to carry out holding operations while the TO mobilised. It was always assumed that both tiers of the armed forces would operate together, which they might well have done had Yugoslavia been attacked from outside. But what was not realised was that in the event of a civil war, the territorial defence aligned along national ethnic lines would potentially be in conflict with the federal JNA. Initially, the JNA was a true reflection of its federal mandate and was composed in its command structure of a representative level of personnel from each of the republics. But with the disintegration of the republics in the late 1990s and early 1980s and early 1990s, the republic's representation began to decline in favour of an increasing Serbian dominance, such that by March 1992, the Serb component of the officer corps of the JNA had risen to an excess of 90%. Then when the JNA went to war to protect the breakup of the Federation, it did so not as the Yugoslav army, but as a de facto army of Serbia. Immediately after the Slovenian and Croatian declarations of independence, the JNA, together with the Serb forces, responded with armed force. The Slovenian TO, territorial defence, proved effective against the JNA. The European community offered to mediate, a move which surprised the JNA, which then feared Western military intervention. Accordingly, it abandoned its fight against Slovenia and concentrated on Croatia, where it perceived that Serb military populations were potentially under threat. It soon became apparent that the quest for Croatian sovereignty would prevail in the face of the Serb-dominated Yugoslav Federation. Accordingly, the JNA took steps to preserve Serbian interests in Bosnia. In 1990, the JNA ordered all TOs in Yugoslavia to turn over their weapon stocks. The fact that Slovenia refused to do so was the key to their successful defence. In Croatia, most of the units turned in their weapons, which helps explain Croatia's initial difficulties in its defence. When Bosnia made it clear of its intention to seek independence, the JNA began to redistribute the arms to the Bosnian Serb population. With increasing tension in Bosnia in December 1991, Bosnia applied to the European community for diplomatic recognition. Bosnian Serbs then set up their own Serbian autonomous region in Bosnia. In March 1992, a referendum was held to determine the future of Bosnia's membership of the Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. Bosnian Serb leaders boycotted the referendum. Despite the boycott, 63% participated in the vote and 90% voted for independence. On the 6th of March 1992, President Izetbegović declared Bosnia's independence and called for international recognition. Recognition came from some quarters as early as the 6th of April 1992. On the 7th of April 1992, Bosnian Serb leaders declared what was to become the independent Republic of Srpska. Following these moves, a brutal war then ensued. Between March and May of 1992, the JNA, aided by the territorial defence units, police forces and various paramilitary groups, such as those led by Seychelles and Aachen, engaged in a series of apparently coordinated attacks and takeovers to secure the main entry points into Bosnia, as well as major communications and logistics lines, for example, at Bosanski Brod on the 27th of March 1992, at Deventer and Bijeljina on the 2nd of April 1992, at Kuprez on the 4th of April 1992, at Foča and Zvornik on the 8th of April 1992, at Visegrad on the 3rd of April 1992, in Bosanski Summit on the 17th of April 1992, at Vlasenica on the 18th of April 1992, at Birchko and Priador on the 30th of April 1992. If Your Honours please, if the technician is good enough to put upon the screens map 2/20.
Neiman, I presume that these will be identified and then
tendered
offered into evidence.
Tendered in the course of evidence, Your Honour.
Fine. This is map 2 of, I didn't hear the rest of it.
2/20, Your Honour.
Okay.
2-20. And that's a computer reference number, Your Honour. Your Honours can see some of the towns mentioned in highlight there on that map showing Birchko, Bosanski Summit, Priador, Vlasenica. And one can see the surrounding republics of Serbia, Montenegro, and then to the left is Croatia. As the attacks progressed, the combined Serb forces conducted a campaign of terror to drive out the non-Serbs and those disloyal Serbs from the occupied areas. The label given to this practice was coined by the Serbian extreme nationalist leader Vojislav Šešelj in 1991-92 as ethnic cleansing. On the 19th of May 1992, in an apparent effort to distance itself from the Bosnian conflict, Belgrade ordered the division of the JNA in Bosnia to the Serbian army in Bosnia, later to be known as the Army of the Republic of Srpska, or the VRS, and the Army of Yugoslavia, the VJ. However, the VRS, the Republic of Srpska Army, was left largely intact, with significant military equipment, including tanks, heavy artillery and munitions. The only significant difference was that the VRS, the Republic of Srpska Army, was staffed by Serbians from Bosnia, and the non-Bosnian Serb soldiers from Serbia were allowed to return to rump Yugoslavia. However, despite the public statements, officers were not encouraged to leave, but rather to stay, and as a result, the officers of the VRS, the Republic of Srpska Army, were in large measure the same ones who had run the same units for the JNA. In addition, the direct support of the VRS by the JNA and the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia continued, including the payment of salaries to officers. The Republic of Srpska Army received also direct logistical support at all levels. Accordingly, there was still significant involvement in the Bosnian conflict by Belgrade after the division of the army in May of 1992. Through the spring offensive of April-May 1992 by the JNA, with territorial defence units and police forces and pro-Serb paramilitary groups, was planned. A systematic or coordinated attack. Preparations for the offensive started in late 1991. The JNA supplied paramilitary groups and Bosnian Serb volunteers with weapons and munitions and proceeded to disarm the non-Serb population. In those areas where the Serbs were not in control of the local administration, including the police, every effort was made to undermine their authority. In most of the occupied cities, the Serbs set up crisis headquarters, which took over control of the local government, including the territorial defence. In those places where this occurred, the Serb population received advance notice. The Bosnian Serb population received advance notice of what was about to occur. In those cities where there was to be a Serbian attack, either by the JNA, paramilitary groups, or both, a significant proportion of the Bosnian Serb population was evacuated before the attack commenced. This pattern repeated itself in a consistent manner all over Bosnia. Many Muslims tried to negotiate a resolution in hope of avoiding violence. As a consequence, the Muslims did little in preparation for the Serbian attack. The military operations by the JNA and the pro-Serb paramilitary groups followed in a consistent pattern. Excessive amounts of artillery was used in the initial stages to shell non-Serb neighbourhoods in order to discourage resistance. Non-Serbs were expelled from the area, and where resistance occurred, it was ruthlessly crushed. The artillery attack by the JNA was usually coordinated with street fighting by the paramilitary groups, who were assisted by Serb irregulars in street fighting and rounding up of the non-Serbs of the district. The paramilitary groups operated right across Bosnia. The rounding up of the non-Bosnian Serb population was a systematic and thorough operation, with the paramilitary groups relying on local information and identification of non-Serbs by the local irregulars. Once the non-Serb population had been collected together, they were then sorted. Women, children and elderly men were separated from the men of military age. Although at times and in some places all men were separated from the women and children, making the women much more vulnerable to rape and mistreatment, terror attacks such as killings, rapes and tortures were apparently used and condoned. It was apparently condoned by the paramilitary commanders, the JNA, and the paramilitary commanders during the sweeps through the non-Serb neighbourhoods participated in this activity. The terror served to intimidate and discourage resistance and compel non-Serbs to leave the area. Following the military attack, the crisis headquarters took over. These crisis headquarters worked closely with the military and usually had military personnel represented on the committees. They established curfews, restricted travel, dismissed non-Serbs from their jobs, and continued the process of identification of the non-Serb population. During the attacks, or following, non-Serb cultural or religious symbols such as mosques and Catholic churches were destroyed. Non-Serb businesses and houses were also systematically destroyed. In order to house the non-Serb population that had been identified and collected by the military or crisis headquarters, the Serbs established a series of camps throughout Bosnia. Conditions in the camps were for the most part appalling. The camps were also classified according to use. Some camps were used for the women and the children, where rapes and mistreatment were common. Other camps were used as torture centres, where men usually, but not always men, were savagely beaten and killed. The brutal conditions in these camps were in furtherance of a campaign of terror, designated to persuade non-Serbs to abandon their homes and leave the area, or for them to be otherwise destroyed. The events in this case are concentrated in the region of northwest Bosnia known as Opština Prijedor. The main city in Prijedor bears the same name as the Opština, but other significant towns to feature in the evidence are Kozarac, Ternopolje, Omarska, Hamburin, Kozarusha, Kaminčani, Jaskici, Sivci, just to mention a few. If Your Honour pleases, I might ask the technician now to put on the screen map 2.21, which places Prijedor Opština, surrounded by the Opštinas of Sanski Most, Banja Luka, Bosanski Novi, and the others that one can see on the screen. Your Honours, Prijedor was significant to the Serbs because it is strategically placed in a corridor that links the Serb-dominated area in in the Croatian Krajina to the west, with Serbia and Montenegro to the east and the south. The Krajina Serbs have lived on either side of the Bosnian border with Croatia for generations. During World War II, this was the heart of Ustaša territory, where the Serbs were subjected to appalling torture. Before the war, the population of Prijedor was almost evenly divided between Muslims and Serbs. But by June of 1993, of the nearly 50,000 Muslims living in the Opština before the war, all but about 1,000 had either left or been killed. Although election results in 1990 suggested that the local administration should be shared by Muslims and the Serbs, Bosnian Serbs, the Bosnian Serbs who had previously dominated the local administration resisted the Muslims taking control of local institutions. By late 1991, the Serbs of Prijedor were instructed by the central leadership of the Serbian Nationalist Party, the SDS, to prepare for the taking over of local institutions. The Serbian crisis headquarters of Prijedor was in place immediately following the military takeover of the region by the JNA on the 30th of April 1992. The military situation in the Prijedor region was dominated by the 5th Corps of the JNA, whose headquarters was in Banja Luka. After 19 May 1992, the 5th Corps was designated the 1st Krajina Corps of the Republic of Srpska Army. But it had the exact same commanding general and officer corps. It was the 5th Corps which ordered the deployment of artillery and troops on the hills surrounding the Kozarac area, from where they looked down on the population below. Television signals to Prijedor were mostly transmitted from a tower on Kozara Mountain. However, in 1992, Prijedor residents found that they were no longer able to receive television from Sarajevo or from Zagreb, but only from Belgrade. Belgrade television broadcast anti-Muslim and anti-Croat propaganda, which escalated in intensity, repeatedly accusing the non-Serb extremists for plotting against the Serbs. On the night of the 30th of April 1992, Serb forces seized the town of Prijedor. There was no resistance. Non-Serb police surrendered their arms. Serbs took over control of the civilian administration and renamed the Opština as Srpska Opština Prijedor. Over the next few weeks, Radio Prijedor repeatedly broadcast demands for the non-Serbs to surrender their arms. Travel for non-Serbs was curtailed, and they were dismissed from their jobs. Communications from Muslim villages were cut off. On the 22nd of May 1992, during a confrontation at a Muslim checkpoint in Hambarin, a predominantly Muslim village, 2 Serbs were killed. The next day, Serb forces launched an attack with artillery and tanks. The village was destroyed and the population fled. In about the centre of Opština Prijedor is the town of Kozarac. There's nothing in particular to distinguish this town from a multitude of towns in Bosnia, except that the majority of the population were Muslim. When the war came to Kozarac, it came with particular ferocity. The usual hallmarks of the attack were present in Kozarac, as they were right across Bosnia, where the JNA, aided by the paramilitary and irregular forces, attacked the non-Serb areas. The checkpoints were established, freedom of movement was restricted. A false pretext was raised to justify the Serb attack, and the Muslims were generally ill-prepared for war. When the JNA surrounded the area of Kozarac, the Serb military commander, Radmilo Zeljara, demanded that the local Muslims pledge loyalty to the Serb authority or face annihilation. The town of Kozarats itself is a community of approximately 4,000 persons. Kozarats was predominantly a Muslim village, and of the population of 4,000, about 3,700 of them are Muslim. Kozarats is the centre for surrounding villages of Ternopolia, Kozarusha and Kamanchani. The town has a school, it had a school, a medical clinic, a police station, a number of mosques, one Orthodox church, an ambulance station, a number of restaurants, hairdressers, mixed businesses and the like. The major industry in the area was timber, with a timber mill located on the outskirts of the town. In the main street of the town, there are a number of bars and cafes where the local community would regularly gather in order to socialise. Up until the 1990s, the various ethnic groups socialised freely with one another, but as the clouds of conflict began to gather, signs of ethnic tension became more and more visible in Kozarats. One of the bars in the centre of the town, diagonally opposite the school, in Masala Tita Street, was called the Nippon Cafe. This bar was owned by the accused, Duško Tadić, also referred to as Dule or Dušan Tadić. Tadić was born in Kozarats on the 1st of April 1995. The son of a decorated Serbian World War II veteran, Ostoja Tadić, and his wife Staka. As a young man, and after completion of his high school studies, Duško Tadić did his military service. He then went back to Kozarats, where he was married. Tadić had an enduring interest in karate, where he excelled, gaining the level of black belt. He set up a karate school, which failed. He taught karate at the local school in Kozarats across from his house. He had a number of friends who shared his interest in Kozarats, in karate. Several of these friends were Muslims. As young men, they would often measure the worth of their prowess in terms of their ability at karate. The cafe bar was set up at the bottom of his house. The accused, Tadić, appeared to get on well with the Muslim population, and among his closest associates was one Emir Karabasic. However, as the 1992 war approached, all this was to change. Tadić was to exhibit staunch Serb nationalist sentiments and progressively adopt anti-Muslim attitudes. He also became involved in politics, especially with the emergence of the Serb Nationalist Party, the SDS. In view of his known Serb nationalist preferences, Tadić was relied on by the Serb forces during the 1992 spring offensive directed against Kozarats. Just prior to the attack on Kozarats on the 24th of May 1992, in full knowledge of what was about to happen, Tadić evacuated his family from Kozarats so as to take them out of the line of fire of the advancing Serb army. Tadić was willingly used by the advancing Serb forces as an important source of intelligence and as a person capable of identifying local Muslims, Croats and other persons disloyal to the Serb nationalist cause. In all the traditions of the fifth column, he skillfully performed his task. During 1992, he rose from relative obscurity to a person of influence in Kozarats area as a result of his new position in the SDS. No doubt his local knowledge and known reliability was of considerable utility to the Serbian military and civilian administrations. While the local community in Kozarats, mostly Muslims, were desperately trying to negotiate a peaceful settlement of the crisis, thereby avoiding bloodshed and destruction, the Serbs attacked. Tadić, to the 11th hour, endeavoured to present himself as a friend of the Muslims of Kozarats. He attended negotiations between the Serbs and the Muslims, pretending to support the Muslims, but knowing full well at all times that in reality he had not the slightest intention of advancing their cause. The shelling of Kozarats and the surrounding villages commenced on the 24th of May 1992 and continued for 2 days. Tadić was now able to emerge from his undercover role. Forewarned and according to plan, Tadić, as an aide to the Serb military surrounding the town, assisted the artillery attack on Kozarac by firing flares in the air at night over his pre-selected targets. On the 27th of May 1992, the shelling of Kozarac ceased. Defenceless and unable to negotiate a ceasefire, the terrified town folks, mostly Muslims and non-Serbs, desperately clinging to their white flags, emerged in their thousands from their hiding places in basements and under rubble in creek beds. These people were not soldiers. They were not armed. They were for the most part civilians, including women, children and the elderly. They were the innocent citizens of this area. Serbian soldiers and local armed citizens, including Tadić, who by now had armed himself with an automatic weapon, ordered these unfortunate people to form into columns, to remain silent and to keep their heads bowed. They were then marched through Kozarac as a trophy of the war, to the taunts and curses of the Serb onlookers. Some of the Muslims and non-Serbs were pulled out from the line and beaten or killed. The bodies of the dead were left beside the road as the column marched by. Mothers and fathers watched in horror as their military-aged sons were pulled out from the column and shot before their very eyes. Marching in this column was Ismet and Ekrem Karabasic, their brother's son, Sido Karabasic, 21 years of age, and Rido Foric. None of these men were armed. They were of no military threat whatsoever. They were all Muslims. They were with members of their family. They all seem to have been known by either Tadić or his accomplice there that day, Goran Borovnica. Borovnica was a close friend of Tadić before the war and continued as a friend during the course of the war. On this particular day, Tadić and Borovnica were acting in concert. As the column approached the centre of Kozarac, in the vicinity of a small bar which served grilled meat, Borovnica and Tadić were calling out the names of the people in the column and ordering them to leave the column. Nearby was a pile of corpses dressed in civilian clothing, approximately 20 in number. Tadić and Borovnica then called out Ismet, Ekrem, Sido Karabasic and Redjo Foric. These men were then forced to stand against the wall, facing the wall, with their hands raised above their head. They were then shot with bursts of fire from automatic weapons. For the non-Serbs of Kozarac, their families were torn apart. Loved ones were taken away and never seen again. Properties were destroyed and hopes and dreams were shattered. A reign of unimaginable terror had begun. Men were segregated from women and children. Some of the men were taken to the Prijedor police station, where many of them were beaten. For a large number of these men, this was the beginning of a sustained campaign of beatings. Most of the men ended up in camps in Amaska or Keraterm. The others, including women and children, were sent to Ternopolje. Conditions at all the camps were appalling, but Amaska and Keraterm stand out as the camps where the most horrific of atrocities were committed. There was evidence of coordination between these camps. The three main camps in the Opština, as I said, were Amaska, which was a former mining complex, Keraterm, a former ceramics factory, and Ternopolje, a former school. The camps are indicated, I should say the towns where the camps are located are indicated on a map that I might ask to now be shown on the screen, 2/22. And Your Honours, can see there the towns of Kozarac, Ternopolje, and down to the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, Omarska. The camp at Keraterm is in fact part of the town of Prijedor and is not referred to on the map. But one can see that these camps are all in close proximity to one another and all in close proximity to the town of Prijedor. Omarska held those who were prominent in the Muslim society, intellectuals, politicians and businessmen. A lesser number were held at this camp than at the other camps such as Ternopolje. Prisoners at Omarska were systematically murdered, beaten or otherwise subjected to terrible degradation. The camp at Keraterm was located, as I said, in what was previously a ceramics factory on the outskirts of the city of Prijedor. The camp consisted of one large building being divided into several separate rooms. There was no heating or cooling. There was no covering of the concrete floors, apart from wooden pallets that the prisoners had gathered for themselves in order to sleep. The toilet facilities were totally inadequate, with people having to attend to their daily needs in buckets. There was a fence around the camp, but for the most part, the inmates were kept in the shed under armed guard. There was one meal a day served in unsanitary conditions. The food was often rotten, or if it was soup, it was so watered down that it practically had no nutritional value. When inmates had to go for their meals, they were often forced to run through a cordon of guards who would beat them so fiercely that often the victims would forego their meals so as to avoid the further beating, thus further reducing their physical condition. Many of the inmates lost as much as half of their body weight during the months that they were kept in the camps. Some just died of malnutrition or as a consequence of the beating coupled with the malnutrition. The camp at its peak had a population of 1,500 inmates that were processed through the camp on a continual basis. The camp was made up almost exclusively of male inmates. It is anticipated that a great many of the prisoners that were taken to this camp lost their lives. As I said, the camp at Omarska was on the fringe of a small town that bore the same name. The camp was the site of an iron ore mine that had also ceased to function at this time. The camp was the headquarters of the mine. It consisted of three main buildings, which the witnesses refer to in the course of their evidence: the White House, the administration building, and the garage or Dompa building. There's also a small garage, but it's attached to the administration building itself. In the centre of these buildings was a large concrete slab of about 17 metres by 30 metres in size. It was referred to by the prisoners as the pista. And many of the prisoners spent most of their time at this camp on this concrete open slab. Conditions at this camp in terms of food, hygiene and accommodation were much the same as at Keraterm, as was the treatment of the prisoners that were kept there. The camp was used to imprison mostly men, but again, some women were kept there as well. The camp also had a special accommodation and special treatment meted out for leaders of the Muslim community, including professionals such as doctors, lawyers and police officers. At its peak, the population of this camp had as many as 2,000 to 3,000 inmates, again, who were processed through the camp on a continuous basis. It's estimated that a great many of the prisoners at this camp also lost their lives. Ternopolje is often regarded as the least brutal of the three camps, but conditions at this camp were very bad as well. The camp was made up of mixed sexes and children. The camp was located in the village of Ternopolya, approximately 3 kilometres from Kozarac. It changed its role from torture centre to detention centre on a number of occasions throughout 1992, and this mostly depended upon whether the International Committee of the Red Cross were about to visit or not. Sometimes it was fenced, but other times the fences were removed. Many of the inmates could leave the camp with permission in order to get food and other supplies, but this freedom of movement depended upon the circumstances of the time. In Ternopolya camp, the inmates often made their own shelter out of plastic sheeting. Although conditions at this camp in terms of beating and brutality were for many of the prisoners better than Amaska and Karatum, beatings, rapes and murders and other forms of abuse were nevertheless meted out in significant proportions. The camp was at the site of a school, and the main prisoner accommodation was a large gymnasium. The accommodation of the guards was in a building across the road from the camp, which the witnesses will also refer to as a White House. But this White House is not to be confused with the White House at Amaska. All the camps had their own command structure, and the guards were specifically organised in shifts under shift bosses. There was coordination between the camps, which were run by the civilian authorities, with military cooperation, particularly with brutal interrogations. While some guards beat and killed prisoners from time to time, particular local Serbs would enter the camp and beat and kill Muslim inmates as they themselves had selected. The basis upon which these particular Bosnian Serbs were chosen to have special rights, including the rights of entry, is uncertain. But what appears is that the non-camp staff were allowed into the camps in order to commit particularly brutal acts of terror, presumably in furtherance of the policy of ethnic cleansing. It would seem, however, that there is a category which these Serb torturers appeared to fit. They either had anti-Muslim, ethnocentric political dispositions which was conducive to the performance of these deeds, or alternatively, they were sadistically predisposed towards violence and took pleasure in inflicting tremendous pain and suffering upon the helpless victims, and thus served as a useful agent of the authorities. Tadić, the accused, was not a camp guard. He was a reserve policeman, but he is often seen entering the camps in the Prijedor region, with lists of the names of Muslims who had been singled out for especially brutal treatment. When Tadić did enter the camps, he did so beyond the ordinary duties required of him as a policeman. Presumably his reward for services rendered was special privileges such as housing rights and the like. Later, he was to receive special status in the local administration and of being in charge of the distribution of humanitarian aid, a position of some importance and trust during these periods of shortages. Tadić seemed to be in a superior position to the camp guards and possibly even the camp commanders, but that was not as a consequence of any particular rank that he held in the police force, but it would seem as a consequence of his political authority. The evidence will show that he was permitted to enter camps almost at random and to carry out assaults, murders, rapes and sexual assaults on the prisoners that he had selected. It seems that he was also permitted to bring his accomplices with him in order to assist him with his rampage of violence and terror. He, along with many others who performed these tasks, were seen with lists of names in their hands, which lists they consulted before calling out the victims especially selected for torture. Reference to these lists will be made by the witnesses on numerous occasions throughout the course of their evidence. In the mid-afternoon on a day in June 1992, the accused Tadić entered the Amuska camp with a group of Bosnian Serbs. They went to the large garage building known as the hangar. They proceeded to call out the names of a number of people, including Emir Karabasic, Yasmin Hrnić, Enver Alić, Fikret Harambasic, and Emir Beganovic. These and the other people called out were in a number of different rooms in the building. These men were then subjected to the most horrific beating and torture. 2 other male prisoners were then called out and forced to perform oral sex on Fikret Harambasic and then to sexually mutilate him. Karambasic, Hrnić, Alić and Harambasic died as a result of these assaults. Tadić again entered the Amuska camp on or about the 10th of July 1992. This time he went to the White House, which was considered by all of the prisoners as the most dangerous place in the camp. Tadić was with a group of visiting Serbs. Prisoners from the White House and elsewhere were tortured outside the White House. When the Serbs were finished, Tadić threw a battered and dying Sefit Savic, a restaurant owner from Kozarac and a former Muslim friend of Tadić's, into a room in the White House. Sivac died from the beatings. Later, in July 1992, this time behind the White House building, in the Amuska camp, Tadić, in company of other Serbs from outside the camp, severely beat and kicked Hakir Elizovic, Sally Elizovic, Sead Savic and other prisoners. The guards were wearing camouflage uniforms. They were using baseball bats and rubber sticks. One of them was using a spanner as a weapon. 10 or more were doing these beatings. The man who appeared to be in charge was Tadić. Tadić didn't use any weapons, only his feet, in the karate fashion. Saliv Elizovic and Sead Savic and other prisoners were found dead in the same spot later that day. Towards the end of June, or the first part of July 1992, also near the White House, Tadić and a group of Serbs from outside the camp ordered a group of prisoners to drink water like animals from puddles on the ground. They then jumped on their backs and beat them until they were unable to move. The victims were then removed from the area in a wheelbarrow. Tadić followed behind them and then forced the nozzle of a fire extinguisher into the mouth of one of the victims. On about the 8th of July 1992, also in the White House, Tadić and a group of Serbs from outside the camp called out prisoners individually from one room in the White House to another room where they were beaten. One of the prisoners was Hase Isic. Hase Isic was taken to the torture room where Tadić, assisted by his accomplices, beat and kicked him until he was unconscious. Not all Muslims, Croats and disaffected Serbs were gathered up in the first round of ethnic cleansing after the Serb attack on Kozarac and the surrounding areas of the Opština Prijedor. Some people, especially old men, women and children, mostly Muslims, were permitted to stay in their villages. They were under curfew, they were not allowed to travel, and as such were prisoners of the Serbs, albeit that they didn't have to reside in the camps. However, this situation of virtual house arrest was not to last for long, because about 10 days after the initial sweep, the remnants of Muslims had to confront their turn to be ethnically cleansed. In the villages of Yaskitsi and Sivci, located southeast of Prijedor town, on or about the 14th of June 1992, Tadić, with a group of armed Serbs, came to the village in order to further the Serbian cause of ethnic cleansing. Tadić and the other Serbs entered ICTY, jumping fences like hunters chasing game. They yelled for all the people in the houses to come out. Those inhabitants who were outside, or who came out, were made to lie on the road. Abbas Jasic, born 1942, and his son, Niaz Jasic, born in 1964, were killed in the village that day. The Serbs went to the home of Sakib and Osmi Elkazovic. They, along with Alija Java, who was not a resident of the village, was also killed that day. Salko Jasic, Bido Balic, and Sific Balic were ordered out of Salko's house by the Serbs and told to lie down on the road. Excuse me. Ismet Jasic, Meho Kenya, Adam Jakubovic, and Niaz Elkazovic and Ilaz Elkazovic were also driven down the road and ordered to lie down in front of the house of Salko Jasic. While they were on the ground, the men were all beaten by both the Serb groups, who were using fence posts and other such weapons. All of the Serbs, including the accused Tadić, appeared to be participating. Some of the Serbs were walking on the back of the old man, Miho Kenya, as if to crush him. None of these Muslim men were armed, nor did they offer any resistance. Those that were not killed were taken away from this place and have not been seen since. Throughout the most part of 1992, the Serb authorities pursued a campaign of persecution of non-Serbs of the Prijedor Opština. They persecuted the non-Serbs because they wanted the Opština completely free of Muslim and Croatian influence. Tadić participated with the Serb forces in this persecution, which manifested itself in the attack, destruction and plunder of Bosnian Muslims and Croat residential areas, the seizure and imprisonment of thousands of Muslims and Croats under brutal conditions in the camps at Omarska, Karaturm and Ternopolje, and the deportation and expulsion of the majority of the Muslims and Croat residents of the Opština by force or threat of force. During this time, Serb forces, including Duško Tadić, subjected Muslims and Croats inside and outside the camps to a campaign of terror and psychological abuse. Tadić was actively involved, as I said earlier, in the attack on Kozarac. His participation in the firing of the flares to eliminate the village at night for the artillery and tank guns, as the village was being shelled, and physically assisting in the seizure, collection, segregation, and forced transfer to detention camps of the majority of the non-Serb population of the area is also evidence of his participation. Tadić also took part in the killing and beating of a number of seized persons, including the killing of an old man and a woman near the cemetery in Old Kozarac. The beating of at least 2 former policemen from Kozarac on a road junction in the village of Kozarac, and the beating of a number of Muslim males who had been seized and detained at the Prijedor military barracks. The fact that Tadić physically took part in the killing, torture, sexual assault and other beatings of many of the detainees at Omarska camp, and participated in the beating of detainees and looting at the Karaturm camp, is further evidence of his participation in this campaign of persecution. In addition to the above, and during the period, the 25th of May 1992 to the 31st of December 1992, Tadić physically participated and otherwise assisted the transfer to and the unlawful confinement in Ternopolje camp of non-Serbs in the Kozarats area. During the period September 1992 to December 1992, in Ternopolje camp and in adjacent areas, Tadić physically took part or otherwise participated in the killing of more than 30 detainees, including a group of male detainees executed in a plum orchard adjacent to the camp. Tadić also physically took part or otherwise participated in the torture of more than 12 female detainees, including several gang rapes which occurred in the camp and at the White House adjacent to the camp. Concurrent with the attack and seizure of the non-Serb populations in Kozarats and the surrounding area, the Serb forces plundered and destroyed the homes, businesses and properties of the non-Serbs. The seizure, transfer and detention of the non-Serb populations and the plundering and destruction of their property continued throughout this campaign of persecution of the non-Serb population. Tadić was aware of the widespread nature of the plunder and destruction of personal and real property of the non-Serbs, and was physically involved in this plunder and destruction himself. The subjugation and persecution of prisoners at the camps was achieved in similar ways. New prisoners were usually greeted with beatings upon their arrival. This happened while the camp commander often looked on. On other occasions, prisoners were not fed for several days after their arrival at the camp. And even after that, they only received the most meagre of daily rations. At the height of summer, water was often withheld, and if served, it was often contaminated. Toilet facilities and hygiene conditions were inhuman. As if all this treatment were not enough, the prisoners were then forced to sing or to listen to Serbian nationalist songs. Almost all of the prisoners were subjected to interrogation, which often meant beatings at the same time. Beatings were rampant, especially at night and at mealtimes. Prisoners were killed almost every night, with the corpses being stacked up, awaiting removal by trucks in the morning. Most of the camp guards, who were from the villages near the camps, however, the interrogation was often conducted by local police or school teachers. From time to time, members of the special military forces and some local civilians came to the camp and administered particularly brutal beatings and other measures of torture. In early August 1992, the international press and the International Committee of the Red Cross were granted permission to visit these camps. Immediately before the visits, most of the prisoners from Amaska and Keraterm were transferred to Ternopolje and Mrnjača. A large number were put to death in one last attempt to wipe out the Muslim population. The prisoners who survived the ordeal, in most cases only did so because the camps were exposed by the international media and the International Committee for the Red Cross, were eventually allowed to leave the camps, provided they relinquished their property and left the region. By this time, Muslim leaders and intellectuals had mostly been wiped out, their homes and mosques destroyed. The ones who had survived had no job, and what was once their home was now a hostile, unprotected and foreign environment. A whole ethnic community had effectively been destroyed in that area. Ethnic cleansing had been achieved. In February 1994, Tadić was arrested in Munich, Germany, by the German police as a result of their investigation into the activities of the accused. On the 11th of October 1994 at Munich, the accused was questioned by the German police in the Munich Standelheim prison. Tadić was informed that he could either speak about the accusations made against him or he could remain silent, but he was entitled to the assistance of a defence counsel of his own choosing. Defence counsel was subsequently appointed for Tadić, and his lawyer attended the police station where he was interviewed by the police. The accused informed the German police that in 1991 he was appointed chairman of the election committee in the Kozarats area, or more particularly one electoral district in the Kozarats area. Tadić said that individuals who were appointed to their respective voting districts were determined by the municipality of Prijedor upon the proposal of existing parties. He said, "I was the chairman along with 3 other Serbs who had been appointed, who were responsible for how the voting went on there in organisational terms." Tadić said that in May 1992 he was appointed a member of the local civic forum, the role of which was to attempt to resolve the tension that had developed between the various parties in the Kozarats and Prijedor regions. Tadić said that the forum was composed of 8 Muslims and 3 Serbs. He also said that as far as he could remember, the war began in Kozarats on the 24th of May 1992. He also said that he was never involved in the war and he'd moved out of Kozarats on the 23rd of May 1992 and lived with his family in Banja Luka. The accused said that he lived with his family in Banja Luka until the 6th or 18th of July 1992, when he was mobilised to the Prijedor as a reserve traffic policeman, whereupon he was subsequently assigned to the village of Orlovci. Tadić said that in October 1992 he was active on a temporary basis in Kozarats as secretary of the local authority, and on the 21st of December 1992 he was officially appointed to that office. He said that the local SDS committee was founded in October 1992 and that he had acted only as a temporary chairman until he was formally appointed in December of 1992. He said that at the end of 1992 he was appointed as an intermediary or contact with the International Committee of the Red Cross. In March 1993 he was appointed by the President of the Municipal Assembly to arrange the civilian life in the Kozarats area. He goes on to say that Kozarats at the time was practically dead. The village had to be rebuilt. During this time, he had an exemption from police and military service. He said that in August 1993, after encountering some difficulties in the Prijedor region, he sent his wife and children to Germany and he fled to Banja Luka, from where he subsequently went to Belgrade after unsuccessfully obtaining refugee status. He said he came to Germany as a member of a karate team to attend a tournament in December 1993, where he was granted a short-term residence visa. Tadić denied that he'd done anything to harm the Muslims or that he was ever in a massacre camp. "I never set foot in that place." He said that he was in Ternopolje camp 5 times, but this was an open camp and people could move about freely. And he also attended this camp on humanitarian missions. Tadić admitted to the police he was provided with an automatic rifle, a police baton, a crossbill, which contained bullets, and an undefined supply of ammunition, and that he personally owned a pistol, which he wore on duty sometimes, especially at night time. And he carried a knife with a 15-centimetre blade, which he used primarily at meal times, and all of this was worn while he was on duty as a traffic policeman. The record of interview between the German authorities and Tadić was recorded in writing, was read to him in his own tongue, and was approved and signed by both Tadić and his counsel. Is that a convenient time, Your Honour?
Mr. Neiman, how much longer do you think you need for your opening statement? We had suggested to the parties, without setting any firm time limits, that you would use not more than a half a day. So
And I only have about
I'm not rushing you, but I'm just
half an hour at
inquiring.
most, Your Honour.
Very good. Well, then we will stand in recess until 11:45.
All rise, VA full of 8. Please be seated.
Okay, Mr. Neiman, you may continue. Are the earphones still working? Fine, go ahead, please, thank you.
Your Honours, please, on the 8th of November 1994, the Prosecutor of the International Criminal Tribunal for former Yugoslavia presented to Chamber 1 of the Tribunal a request that the Tadić investigation then being conducted by the Federal Republic of Germany be deferred to the Tribunal pursuant to Rules 9 and 10 of the Rules of Procedure and Evidence. The request was granted by the Chamber. The prosecutor presented an indictment against the accused for confirmation on the 8th of February 1995. The indictment was subsequently confirmed by His Honour Judge Karibi White on the 13th of February 1995, and a formal request for transfer to The Hague was sent to the German authorities. The accused was transferred to The Hague on the 24th of April 1995 and attended his initial appearance. Your Honours, please, the prosecution will prove that the accused, Duško Tadić, also called Dule by friends and members of his family, was born on the 1st of October 1995 in the village of Kozarac. His father's name was Stoja, born in 1920 in the village of Babić in 1990. His mother's name was Staka, born in 1920 in the village of Veliko, and she is currently living in Kozarac. He has three brothers, Mladen, Stojan and Ljubomir, and no sisters. He was married in 1979 and he has two daughters. His family was well known in the area as his father, two uncles and grandfather had fought in World War II, and his grandmother had been incarcerated in camps during World War II. Tadić commenced schooling at about the age of 7 and attended primary school in Kozarac. He then attended secondary school in Belgrade. At the completion of his schooling in 1976-77, he carried out compulsory service in the J&A for a period of 14 months. In 1980 and 1984, he worked in Banja Luka as a construction worker. In 1984, he went to Libya with the intention of obtaining employment. He returned in 1985. On his return to Bosnia, he worked in the town of Sisac in Croatia with a private company installing carpentry works. He remained in this employment until 1989, when he returned to Kozarac and commenced to build a cafe bar, which was to be called Nippon. In December 1990, he opened the cafe bar and ran it until the commencement of the war in 1992. In Kozarac, the accused lived in Masala Tita Street 36, and the area of Kozarac in the area of Kozarac known as the Central Commune. Prosecution will establish that in the latter part of 1990, possibly August, the accused first joined the Serbian Democratic Party known as the SDS. The prosecution expects to call in excess of 80 witnesses. The evidence will be made up of segments of proof according to the requirements of the charges. The special requirement associated with international crimes will be dealt with in the evidence first. The evidence will consist of a mixture of expert and special fact witnesses. For example, the expert witnesses will opine on the question of the international nature of the armed conflict, the widespread or systematic nature of the crimes, and the political and historical background of the conflict. They will also give relevant evidence going to the status of the victims vis-à-vis their aggressors. The special fact witnesses will give evidence relevant to the showing that the armed forces of the Serbs operating in Bosnia contained an international element, namely participation of the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. They will also give evidence of the widespread or systematic nature of the attack. In other words, this evidence will show that the attack was not some isolated affair in Opština Prijedor, but it was a much wider, coordinated and well executed a strategy across the whole of Bosnia. These and the expert witnesses will give evidence of the political makeup of the communities, which is of special significance in understanding the nature of the persecution of the non-Serb community. The evidence of the special fact witnesses, who will be called following the evidence of Dr. Gow, of necessity will be detailed, because they will relate in a summary fashion the events which occurred to them in another place, in another Opština, but at about the same time. And their evidence in scope is almost as wide as the evidence in scope, as is called in this case. Then the witnesses will be called who will attest to the particular charges in the indictment. These witnesses will present their evidence as much as it is possible according to the chronological date order of events, starting with the events in Kozarac in the early part of the war, followed by the evidence of what happened to people taken to the Prijedor barracks or to the camps. Then there will follow evidence of what occurred at Amaska camp, at the villages of Yaskitsi and Sivci, then Keraturm camp, and then finally Ternopolje camp. The prosecution case will conclude with a number of investigation witnesses and medical and forensic expert witnesses. It is the prosecution case that all of the evidence will be relevant to the charge of persecution. For some of the witnesses, the recounting of what occurred to them may cause them stress, more so than what one may ordinarily encounter in a national forum. The recounting by a number of people of the same events will reflect the horror and confusion of the occasion. This may sometimes prevent the neat and orderly dovetailing of the evidence, but such minor variations or descriptions will only serve to reinforce the reliability and integrity of their evidence, because it's almost beyond human capacity for two human beings to witness such appalling scenes and to later recount them with identical descriptions of what occurred. There is also the issue of multiple languages and the imprecision of the interpretation process. As has already been observed in the pre-trial stage, a great deal of accuracy is bound to be lost in the translation process. There's no statement taken during the course of the investigation will be a verbatim report of what witnesses say. The prosecution case rests primarily on eyewitness testimony. However, the case is not totally devoid of exhibits. For example, the expert witness Dr. Gow and Greva in particular will refer to a number of documents in support of their testimony. In addition to documents, there will also be some video evidence referred to by these and other witnesses. There will be a number of maps produced to explain where and when things occurred. Dr. Gow in particular will give his evidence almost entirely through documents, which will be displayed on the television monitor, which exhibits will be tended by reference to what one sees on the monitor. An index of these documents has been prepared and will be distributed to Your Honours, to the Defence, the Registrar, as an aide-memoire, so that helpfully we can follow the complex numbering system which has been brought about by the intrusion of the computer technology into the process. There will also be a considerable number of photographs introduced into the evidence. These photographs were taken by the tribunal investigators when they first visited Opština Prijedor in January this year. We also expect that some of the witnesses may wish to sketch plans or diagrams to assist them in the giving of their evidence. Your Honour pleases, as most of the legal issues, including the elements of the offence, have now been addressed in the prosecutor's pre-trial brief and the defence's response to thereto, it's not my intention to recanvass these issues in my opening. However, I expect that there will be much discussion on these legal issues at a later stage in the proceedings. And unless I can assist Your Honours further, that is my opening.
Do you have any questions at this point? No? Very good. Thank you, Mr. Neiman. Will the defense wish to present an opening statement at this time?
We rather prefer to deliver the opening statement in the afternoon, Your Honor.
Pardon me?
We rather prefer to deliver our opening speech in the afternoon
Today.
today.
Okay, very good. Mr. Neiman?
I'm in a position to call evidence, Your Honour, but I don't know whether that would be convenient. If Mr. Vladimirov would perhaps like to follow immediately after me.
We will proceed until 1 o'clock, and so the question now becomes, what do we do with this hour that we have? I gather that you want to present your opening statement so that there will be continuity. How much time do you expect that you'll need, Mr. Vladimirov?
I would say 1.5 hour up to 2 hours, Your Honor. 1.5 hour up to maybe 2 hours.
Well, I don't know. I think we'd probably...
Zo vroeg toch? Nee, hij is toch klaar? Hij is toch klaar? Ja, hoeveel plaatsen hebben we? Kan 4:35.
Of our few rules provides that before presentation of evidence by the prosecutor, each party may make an opening statement. The defense may, however, elect to make its statement after the prosecutor has concluded his presentation of evidence and before the presentation of evidence for the defense. The rule really doesn't envision that the prosecutor would present a portion of its evidence and then the defense would then begin its opening statements. You, of course, may elect to wait to give your opening statement
We have a mistake here. I was under the understanding that the prosecution concluded its presentation.
Its opening statement, yes. It's
Right.
now your turn to present your opening statement.
Right.
Or if you wish, you may wait until the prosecution concludes the offering of its evidence. Now, I understand your position. You would rather begin your opening statement and just go right through without an interruption. We have interpreters present here, and their job, I think, is more difficult than anyone's job in the courtroom. I don't know. We might share in some of the difficulty. So we really could not continue to hear your opening statement in its entirety. So what we suggest is that you begin your opening statement now, if that's how you wish to proceed, or you may wait until you wish to present your evidence on your case as you wish. And then we will then recess at 1 o'clock as we normally do. We can certainly keep your opening statement in context, and we won't forget anything that's been said.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. Maybe we could compromise on starting at an earlier time this afternoon, because I rather prefer to do it in one presentation and not to be interrupted by a lunch.
I don't have a problem with it, but I don't have a problem with it. As I say, we have other persons who expect a recess at a certain time because of the conditions under which they operate. Let me see what can be done.
If you could start at the earlier time, then I think we will not lose too much time.
Your Honours, please, if...
I think it can be worked out.
okay.
We're very flexible, but in this age of technology and everything else, we have to get permission from other persons. We have a solution. We will stand in recess then now for an hour and a half rather than taking our lunch break at 1. And so we will return at a few minutes after 1:30, and you will then begin your opening statements, Mr. Vladimirov. Is that acceptable?
Thank you very, very much.
Very good.
All rise. Veuillez vous lever. All rise. Veuillez vous lever. Please be seated.
Mr. Vladimirov, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honours. Your Honours, in the 17th century, the famous Dutch author on international law, Hugo Grotius, wrote that where justice fails, war begins. In Latin, ubi judicia deficiunt incipit bellum. Indeed, history has shown that in times of conflict, the civilized language of law and justice have been shouted down all over the world by a thunder of arms and violence over and over again. People, leaders, and states have so far not been able to administer basic rules of humanitarian law under all circumstances. Efforts of the international community to recognize violations of humanitarian law, to create legal instruments to prevent further violations, and to establish bodies to prosecute such violations did, however, not bring these violations to an end. Despite the atrocities of the Second World War, people all over the world have suffered from a lack of respect for humanitarian law, and even today, countless people still suffer. The establishment of the International Tribunal for the prosecution of persons responsible for serious violations of international humanitarian law committed in the territory of the former Yugoslavia is intended to be an answer to the appeal of all those victims, named and unnamed, who suffered and still suffer from the terrible consequences of the violent breaking up of the former Yugoslavia. The establishment of the tribunal, however, could not end the misery of the common man. It was the Dayton Agreement that silenced the weapons, perhaps creating a platform for peace. The importance of the tribunal, though, is that it may bring justice if it will not only show that it will investigate and prosecute all major violations without any prejudice to any party to the conflict, but if it will also conduct uncompromised fair trials. A failure to meet both an indisputable impartiality to the conflict and the highest standard of fairness of trial will only fuel new hate and further retaliation. You may wonder, Your Honours, what this all has to do with the case of Duško Tadić, the individual who stands trial today. The strength of the defense in the Tadić case will be severely affected by the weakness of the tribunal itself. Therefore, the defense has to start by considering the inherent shortcomings of the tribunal, and only then will be able to present its case in its proper context. The great and onerous task of bringing to justice those who are suspected of committing the most heinous crimes in the course of a long and bloody conflict will arouse great emotions from all sides during the trial. But the professional participants in this court, listening to the witnesses, must master the ability to separate truth from lies and human error. The tribunal has not been established to satisfy the victims only, but to bring justice to all, including the accused. The tribunal must be wary of desires for revenge and the need for a scapegoat. Bringing justice to all, in this first case on trial before the tribunal, requires that it should not respond to the public pressure. It should disregard the public cry for a sentence of the first accused to stand trial. On the contrary, it should, without dispute, conduct a fair trial, whatever the outcome of this case may be. Justice will only be satisfied with a conviction if there is certainty beyond any reasonable doubt that the man you will see sitting in the dock here is the same man who committed the crimes of which you will hear in the weeks to come. If, as we maintain, it cannot be sufficiently proved and Duško Tadić is innocent of these offences, then the temptation to use the lack of clarity in the law to satisfy an international community hunger for a verdict of guilty must be resisted at all costs. The thirst for revenge must not be satisfied at the well of polluted justice. I would respectfully and urgently enjoin you to keep in mind at all times the importance of reaching the right verdict on the evidence before you on the basis of a fair understanding of the law. In this respect, we must keep in mind that this is the first case which the tribunal has to try. As an experiment, it should not be conducted at the expense of the defendant. Where the law of the tribunal is not clear on vital issues, these issues should unquestionably be dealt with in favor of the defendant, because in a fair administration of justice, there is no room for experiments with the defendant as a guinea pig. It is the responsibility of the tribunal to protect a defendant against fake laws and vague procedures. If the law is not clear, the defendant should be given the benefit of protection. Protection against prosecution on the basis of novelties yet to be sorted out. Protection against an unprecedented extension of unreasonable understanding of the law. In avoiding and redressing unfair interpretations of new law, you have the full support of the defense. If this tribunal is not at all time vigilant to avoid the risk of speculative and therefore wrongful convictions, it will be responsible for causing further wrongful and unnecessary suffering. The defense is confident that the court shares the same concerns and will serve the cause of justice at all costs. Your Honour, the trial of our client started in unfavorable circumstances. The prosecution of Duško Tadić started while the war in Bosnia-Herzegovina was still going on. It was only in January of this year that it was possible to enter the area for a proper investigation of the case. As long as the fighting was going on, large parts of Bosnia-Herzegovina could not be reached. Both parties, the prosecution as well as the defense, have been affected by these limitations. And the risk has arisen that the trial will be conducted before all facts are known. This is even more serious as one of the parties is affected more heavily by this limitation than the other. All the prosecution witnesses live now outside the area. All the defense witnesses live within the area. The prosecution may have its problems, but the defense have been seriously handicapped in the preparation of its case. The defense is particularly handicapped in the investigation of the facts. Inherent to the first case before the tribunal is the fact that there is uncertainty how to apply the law. Here, two issues arise. As for the crimes, the tribunal does not provide either party with a complete certainty. The trial starts today, while only last Friday the judges told our client, "We don't know which elements are necessary to prove the offence is charged. Neither can the tribunal provide the parties with clear procedural law." Rules have been developed that have not been tested previously and which are incomplete. It's also unique that both the suitability and the contents of the rules have not been determined by a legislator but by the judges themselves. The tribunal cannot give any guarantee as to whether its rules will be applied in the area of the war or elsewhere. Parties have to wait to see whether persons or authorities in the area or elsewhere will cooperate with the tribunal. Up to now, this does not seem to have always been the case. The statute and the rules do not offer any structure within which the parties can achieve their aims for case preparation through states and individuals who have been involved in the war. For example, unlike national courts, the tribunal has no police force of its own to bring witnesses to the hearing. In this respect, the defense is affected more heavily by the absence of such powers. Experience up to now has shown that the prosecution, due to its official status as an organ of the tribunal, has been able to obtain cooperation from national authorities. Countries other than those which used to make up Yugoslavia are, so is said, cooperating well with prosecution. The same cannot be said for the defense. The consequence of all these unfortunate circumstances is that the trial against our client begins in an incomplete setting. This is not without significance for the further course of this trial. And the final question which has to be asked is whether a fair trial is possible at all. A further problem is the lack of clearly defined criteria for the prosecution of the accused. Bearing in mind the fact that not everyone who might be suspected would actually be prosecuted, it is unfortunate that the prosecution has not been clear as to what criteria it is applying. Thus, it appears that the prosecution of those accused is not based upon established guidelines, but on arbitrary consideration, such as the availability of data and suspects. This gives rise to the question of whether Duško Tadić would ever have been prosecuted had not the Germans come across him by accident in Munich. We shall probably never know. It is clear, however, that the lack of defined and public criteria has blown the case against Duško Tadić out of all proportion. Already, the danger seems evident that the case is viewed as a symbol of everything that happened in the area, and that Duško Tadić has been portrayed as the prototype of a war criminal. It requires little argument to show that this has a disproportionate effect on the evidence in the case, and it may influence the judgment of that evidence. If the first persons suspected of being involved in war crimes are tried, and only later those responsible for causing the conflict in the first place, and here I hold the politicians in all parties in the former Yugoslavia responsible, then there is the danger that the judgment in this first case will be unbalanced. Individual responsibility does not stand by itself, but should also be judged against the background of the climate created by the political elite. The tribunal task is therefore far from easy. There are many circumstances that make it difficult to perform your task. With limited legal instruments, limited possibilities for enforcement, and incomplete data, there is the danger of high media exposure and low quality justice. Where should then the limits be drawn? It has rightly been said that without a proper defense, a fair trial is impossible. Under normal circumstances, it is not difficult to approve the working of the machinery of justice as it applies to both the prosecution and the defense. This case, this trial, though, is not normal. The circumstances under which the trial takes place are especially bad. I have just shown which circumstances may prevent the tribunal from fulfilling its task properly. The question to what extent the presence of the defense justifies the assumption that there is a fair trial has been an issue from the very beginning. The real issue here is whether we are able to conduct a proper defense. For the defense, the ultimate question is whether, under all these circumstances I have put to you, a fair trial is possible at all. The fact that this trial is starting today does not provide us with a definite answer. It should be seriously considered that the conditions required for a fair trial may ultimately not be fulfilled. The reasons have already been given. Uncertainty as to whether, at a certain stage, a point is reached as which the conclusion has to be that a fair trial is no longer possible, is a great, great cause of concern to the defense. An important consideration for the defense has been whether the trial should be postponed. Since November last year, the defense has asked for a postponement since we were not ready for the trial. But it should be remembered that our client has been in detention or remand for over 2 years now, including the German time. In our opinion, a further postponement of the trial in hope of better days is no longer justified. Now, again, where are the limits? What conditions should be fulfilled? What conditions should be fulfilled now? In the defense opinion, these limits have been crossed if we are unable to call the witnesses necessary for the presentation of our case to testify. On this point, no argument on the quality of the trial should be considered, even though the prosecution might say that a fair trial does not mean a perfect trial. There is no scale with a fair trial at the bottom and a perfect trial at the top. In the defense opinion, there's only one standard here. The only possible trial is a fair trial, and a fair trial is the only possible trial. Thus, the question is not whether a few witnesses can or cannot testify. Every witness called by the defense will be called after a careful consideration as to how the defense should be conducted. We have carefully selected our alibi witnesses. We have notified so far 36 witnesses. The prosecution has notified us of between 88 to 120 witnesses. We hope it has been as careful. Every witness selected by the defense is of great, indeed, great importance. The question is not whether one of them can or cannot come, even if the tribunal is prepared to create the circumstances as it has done to some, as it now has done to some extent, under which it will be possible to hear the witnesses called by the defense. There is a further issue as to whether they will give in fact evidence, and that is still to see. At least, after this morning's rulings, some relief has now been provided, but the further problem of subjective fear of the witnesses has not been resolved yet. The people living in this area are scattered, they are threatened, they are afraid, and the local authorities are answerable for that. Under such conditions, it's very hard to conduct a fair trial. Should it appear that legal and factual circumstances prevent the tribunal from finding the truth, then, in our opinion, the limit of fairness is exceeded. The intention to conduct a fair trial is not sufficient. The point is that all conditions for a fair trial should actually be fulfilled. Your Honours, as is clear from previous remarks, the uncertainty as to the law poses a great problem. Now, if we take into consideration the indictment, then two questions will play a role during the process. Firstly, the vagueness of the indicted offences. Secondly, the manner in which they are described in the indictment. In all civilized systems of criminal law, we find the principle of legitimacy. There can be no offense without a precise previous legal provision. In this case, this requirement of criminal law is at best insufficiently met. The core of the problem is that this case, unfortunately, does not involve offenses clearly defined beforehand, but offenses assumed to be punishable without the exact content being determined. What is punishable is thus not based on a legislative provision, but on customary law. Your Honours, law covered by custom and subject to change may be acceptable for the international relations between states. It cannot be acceptable when applied to an individual charged with criminal offences. This problem is not only a cause of concern to the defense, but also to the prosecution. They have made it clear they too are uncertain what exactly they will have to prove. The defense is of the opinion that in this case the contents of a criminal profession are not predetermined. The prosecution should not decide to prosecute such undefined offences and thereby expose an accused to the risk of speculative prosecution. In the opinion of the defense, this is not a usual discussion on the interpretation of a certain criminal profession. This, Your Honours, is about the fundamental questions of what elements constitute criminal offences. Here as well, the special circumstances under which the tribunal is operating play a role. Due to the mix of common and civil law, the problem of legality has a different consequence than in either one of these systems, since the tribunal relies mainly on common law, accusatory system, the absence of a jury causes a systemic failure. If there were a jury, the judge would, after the defense had been put forward, inform them as to the law applicable and give a decisive answer what elements constitute the criminal offense. For only then can the jury be capable of reaching a verdict. In the jury system, the fact that the judge determines what law is applicable after the evidence has been put forward does not pose a problem, since the question of guilt is only resolved by the jury afterwards. Now, in this case, however, the judges are also jury. Your Honours will determine whether the accused is guilty or not. This, at least, gives rise to the theoretical question at which moment you, so to speak, instruct yourself, and whether parties will know this assumed instruction, so that it will become clear to us what criteria you are using to determine the question of guilt. Also here we have two issues. If we are to assume that the criteria applied by the trial chamber are only to become clear in the verdict, then there is a danger that in putting forward the evidence, the defense cannot anticipate what your Honours might consider relevant to determine Duško Tadić's guilt. Consistency in the proceedings becomes a severe problem, and the accused is exposed to the risk of a speculative trial. Moreover, the defense believes that this situation should be prevented to avoid diminishing trust in the tribunal. It would be very sad if people were to think, or even worse, if the accused thought, that the judges are working the other way around, first determining guilt and then explaining the law. The problems relating to the principle of legality do not stand alone, I'm afraid. Matters are made worse by the way in which the indictment has been drafted. The defense has made it known on previous occasions that it considers the time frame of the indictment too broad. The defense wishes to point out that we are concerned that in the weeks and maybe even months to come, evidence or witnesses will not clarify this. The defense fears that the optimism of the prosecution that everything shall come clear when their case is presented is not justified. Should this not be the case, then this would lay a disproportionate burden on the defense in establishing the alibi of the defendant. The defense would also like to point out that this indictment puts the accused in a position of double jeopardy, a well-known principle in criminal justice systems, by alleging the general offense of prosecution in count 1 and relying on the same allegations in counts 2 to 34, or should I say, now it has been withdrawn 5 to 34. Finally, the defense has great fear of prejudice caused by the number of allegations. The defense is concerned that separate evidence on one count may be wrongly considered as evidence on another. This mixture of allegations may be, if we do not take care, a risk for a miscarriage of justice. Your Honours, I have already mentioned problems regarding accessibility and availability of evidence. The consequence of this is that the defense realize that this trial will probably not provide an example of a successful search for the truth, but a very limited attempt to do so. The trial system developed by the tribunal is based to a large extent on an accusatorial system in which both parties have the opportunity to present their case. But this system presumes that each party is able to present its case, and each parties are able to do so to the same extent. As long as the question of availability of witnesses has not been solved to everyone's satisfaction, the rules regarding presentation of evidence seems arbitrary. At this stage, we should distinguish between pre-trial proceedings and the proceedings before the trial chamber. In the pre-trial proceedings, the defense has had to build its case from that initial appearance onwards, whereas the prosecution had already built up a case before issuing the indictment. This head start is a normal problem under normal circumstances, and I would not have mentioned it in my opening speech had it not been for the problems which have presented themselves within their proceedings. The rules provide specific provisions to enable parties to ascertain the relevant facts. These are legal instruments available other than the powers given to the prosecution to force states to cooperate in the pre-trial investigation. The defense has no power whatsoever to enlist anyone's cooperation in providing relevant facts. The defense activities preceding the trial depend solely upon the voluntary cooperation of others. The reality is that this tribunal sits in Northwest Europe. Any order made would have no effect in the Republic Srpska. The Dayton Agreement has no effect on this situation. Article 29 of the statute is a dead letter too, since the Republika Srpska was not officially recognized, and the government in Sarajevo, who would formally be the addressee of Article 29, did not exert any authority in the Serbian parts of Bosnia-Herzegovina. The tribunal was aware of this in the pre-trial stage. The prosecution was aware of this in the pre-trial stage. And the defense had to bear the consequences in the pre-trial stage. In other words, the tribunal and the prosecution knew that the defense would be working in a procedural vacuum, that the defense had to prepare a case without a single legal instrument to support it. Everything, therefore, that the defense has been able to achieve so far is the result of our own negotiations with authorities and individuals, and not of any provision of the tribunal. The pre-trial proceedings have shown a serious inequality of arms in that all the prosecution's witnesses are outside the Srpska Republic, and that all authorities, except those of the Srpska Republic, have fully cooperated with the prosecution in this case. In the weeks to come, we shall see how this lack of equality of arms in the pre-trial stage affects the trial itself. In addition, the rules of evidence are so open that only case law can determine their precise content. In these circumstances, the defense requests the tribunal to apply principles of admissibility of evidence based upon reliability. Your Honours, the court will hear a great deal of evidence from witnesses for the prosecution about events which happened in the long, hot summer of 1992 in the Opština or Prijedor. It is not disputed that terrible things happened during the conflict in the area, and particularly in the camp at Omarska. As a result of what happened, all the prosecution witnesses you will hear from have left the area and are now living as refugees in other countries. It is not for those of us who have not experienced such things to say what effect they have on the hearts and the minds of those who have. It is neither the right nor the intention of the defense to belittle the tremendous suffering about which you will hear. However, it is both our right and our duty to defend Duško Tadić against the allegations made by these witnesses. And I have two very general observations to make. First is this. Ever since these camps were discovered by Western journalists in August 1992, the international interest in defense in this area in general and in the camps in particular have been intense. There can be few who failed to see and be deeply affected by the pictures of emaciated figures looking out behind a wire fence at Ternopilly. As a result of this interest, journalists have pursued many of those who will be giving evidence in this court in attempts to provide the world with news and stories for their readers and listeners. It is our case that many witnesses have adopted the accounts of fellow prisoners, having heard and read these in the media. Also, when inmates of these camps were released or moved on to other locations, they talked to each other about their experiences. You will hear, coming weeks and months, that one witness in particular has told his story concerning a notorious incident in Omarska to well over half of the other witnesses, claiming to have seen those same events. We do not require the assistance of a psychologist to convince us of the importance and the power of suggestion. It is something you come across in everyday life. If several people witness the same event, they do not all recall every detail. But when they discuss the events together afterwards, a composite story emerges. Rumor becomes true. Rumor becomes truth. People convince themselves with ease that they have seen and heard things which they did not and could not have seen and heard. Their account is based on what others have told them. This also can be a recipe for unreliability from which a miscarriage of justice is made. If this can happen in the most ordinary circumstances, how much greater is the risk that it will happen in extraordinary ones? The situation of which you will hear in the course of the prosecution case is quite outside the experience and understanding of any ordinary person. These witnesses had, by their own account, been forcibly evicted from their homes in the course of a bloody conflict, had been separated from their families and friends, have seen many people who were close to them killed by their oppressors. They were kept in appallingly cramped conditions in the burning heat of a Bosnian summer, with little food or water, fearful at every moment of torture and death. It was in these conditions that they witnessed the events of which they will come and tell you at this trial. Such circumstances, Your Honours, are able to provide both the stuff of rumor and the need for a scapegoat. Is it not the fact of their suffering which is questioned by the defense, but the reliability of evidence obtained from people who apparently witnessed events under these conditions. Many people were told, either at the time or afterwards, that Duško Tadić had been committed crimes in the camps. How many of these people have fitted second-hand accounts into their own accounts to fill gaps or identify a person who they did not in fact see at all? Your Honor, Duško Tadić was a Serb who lived in the center of the Muslim community of Gozadac, the community which was so brutally expelled from its home during the summer of 1992. 18 months later, Duško Tadić himself went to Germany, where many of his former neighbors were now living. It is not difficult to imagine the reaction of those people who had been forced from their homes to a neighbor who was a Serb. They were Muslims, and the hatred which now existed against Serbs within the Muslim community was such that to be a Serb was to be associated with a people against whom they would go at lengths to obtain revenge. The prejudice that exists in this case cannot be underestimated. When Duško Tadić went to Germany in 1993, he offered himself up as an easy victim to those who wanted revenge against the Serb people. It is inconceivable that he would have gone to live amongst the very people he is alleged to have persecuted if their allegation were true. It is the task of this court to see through the distorting glass of prejudice to the truth which lies beyond. A witness who has suffered must be pitied for his suffering, but he should not be believed because of his suffering. It is nowhere argued that one who has suffered is for that reason more likely to tell the truth. Indeed, the reverse may often be the case. This, you understand, is the defense case. That the witnesses who you will hear giving evidence against the defendant are doing so, if not by inadmissible hearsay, as a result either of an honest but distorted and false belief, or of prejudice against the Serb people. Again, I say to you that Duško Tadić stands charged as an individual, and the crimes of others cannot and should not be laid at his feet. Your Honor, in presenting the defense case, we will not be presenting evidence relating to the camps, because it is not for the defense to dispute what happened in the camps. The defense case is simply that Duško Tadić was not involved in the camps in any capacity. I will present evidence that Duško Tadić had no access to the camps, and that he was not in a privileged position suggested by the prosecution this morning. In preparing the defense, we have struggled with the hostility and suspicion with which the tribunal is viewed in the Serb Republic, and in particular in the Prijedor area. Those in power in this area have blocked avenues of investigation, not only to the prosecution, but also to the defense. It might be thought that they would be eager to help Duško Tadić in his defense at this trial and treat him as one of their own. This, Your Honours, had not been the case. The defense of Duško Tadić has been prepared with little or no help from the Prijedor authorities, and there have been active attempts to prevent us from obtaining evidence on behalf of our client to prove his innocence. Witnesses in the area who held any police or military authority have been barred from talking to the defense. False rumors have been propagated about the desire of the tribunal to arrest anyone who came forward to give evidence. Our activities have been closely monitored, and witnesses who are known to have been cooperating with us have suffered threats to themselves and their families. One high-ranking official said, and I quote, "No one can order me to allow the witnesses for the defense to be investigated in my area. No witness from my area can make a statement without my consent. I can be replaced for my post as head, but in that case I will cede the whole region to Croatia. We have over 4 million tons of iron ore in storage, which we will send to Sisak to be processed, and we will get the money," unquote. After having been asked whether people of Krajina would agree to the secession, he said, quote, "Who is asking the people? Fuck the people," unquote. May I repeat the quote which has emerged from the lips of the prosecution in recent months? A fair trial is not a perfect trial. Your Honours, we have become aware, indeed, of the impossibility of anything approaching a fair trial in such compromising circumstances. Our aim has been to assure that at least a fair trial would not be impossible from the very beginning. Despite the difficulties we have encountered and continue to encounter, we have persisted and we have succeeded in building a strong and convincing defense case. We believe it will be impossible for you to convict Duško Tadić if we will be able to present the defense case to its full extent. We have done this to satisfy our determination that Duško Tadić will, against all odds, have a fair trial which produce what we believe is the only possible verdict in this case, a verdict of not guilty. Through our investigators, we have found of the witnesses who were generally with Duško Tadić at the time these crimes were committed. you will hear how Duško Tadić avoided his military draft. You will hear how he escaped from his home in Kozarac before the 24th of May with his wife and family to stay in the relative safety of Banja Luka. You will hear how the following month he secured a job in the traffic police in Prijedor. And you will hear how he worked every day in regular shifts together with others. And you will hear how he then became involved in the local commune, whose task was assisting refugees and attempting to rebuild the town of Kozarac. This evidence, Your Honours, will be given to you by ordinary people, those who worked with him, those who lived with him, those who could see how he spent his time during the period in which this trial is concerned. And all this evidence will be supported by documentary evidence, such as duty lists to support the evidence given by witnesses of Duško Tadić's position in the reserve police. We will present evidence that Duško Tadić lived as a normal man, alive as possible under these difficult times. That he was on duty as a reserve policeman and was engaged in the rebuilding of his scattered community throughout the time. Now, with regard to this community, the defense will assert that Duško Tadić played no part whatsoever in rounding up and attacks on civilians. Naturally, the prosecution will say that this alibi does not account for every minute of Duško Tadić's time between May and December 1992. Our answer to this is that no alibi could. To find an alibi to cover a period of 8 months is difficult. It's a difficult matter. But the defense is convinced that once the court have heard the accounts we will present of what Duško Tadić was really doing during this month, you will see that we have provided impressive evidence to account for the whereabouts of Duško Tadić during this period. The second limb of our defense will be the evidence of witnesses who will testify as to the kind of person Duško Tadić was. Here they will tell you was a man who had lived all his life in a Muslim community, one of few Serbs in a town with a population of some thousands, a man, they will tell you, who had many Muslim friends and who was distressed when people on both sides started displaying nationalistic tendencies and shunning their former friends. The prosecution attempts to explain the fact that there is no evidence of any animosity shown by Duško Tadić to Muslim people before the conflict by suggesting that he was some kind of spy or even fifth columnist. This, Your Honours, is a feeble smoke screen to cover the deficiencies in their case. Many of his countrymen, though, see Duško Tadić as a deserter who refused to fight for his country. and who left his village when the going got tough. The third limb of the defense is the evidence of those who were involved in these camps and who can testify that Duško Tadić was not and could not have been there. It is not hard to imagine why it has been difficult for the defense to obtain statements from people in this regard. These are the people who, whether or not they had any personal involvement in crimes that took place, are fearful for their own security, both from prosecution by this tribunal and from reprisals at home, if they give evidence on matters which the authorities in the area wish to keep silent. Through these witnesses, Your Honor, the defense can present you with evidence which we believe will convince you that although these camps existed, although they were places in which unspeakable crimes occurred, these crimes were not and could not have been committed by the defendant. It is not the responsibility of the defense to contest the political agenda of those who controlled the obstinate priador. Your Honours, I've told you of the problems under which the defense has labored in order that the realities of the situation in the obstinate priador are clearly before you. If you have at any time any problems arising from the defense, you should resolve them by remembering that for every witness we produce for you at this trial, we could tell you of another 10 who could not or would not talk to us. In addition to the factual evidence we will put forward, the defense will present to you with evidence to support its view of the character of the conflict. Your Honours, I've come to the end of the opening statements of the defense. We have informed you of our grave concerns about the proceedings of this trial. There are many problems which have not been solved, and unfortunately, there are many indications that these problems will not be solved. We are therefore deeply concerned about the quality of this trial, and we fear that eventually it will not meet the demands of justice. We are standing, Your Honours, on the edge of a fair trial. Do not push us over that edge. Help us to stay on the right side and to put forward our case. If you enable us, if you enable our witnesses to testify, you will not convict Duško Tadić. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vladimirov. Neiman, are you ready to present your first witness? I understand it's Dr. Gao. You are ready. Okay, well, have a seat. Then would you present your first witness, please? And Dr. Gao, would you stand there, please? And there should be an oath in front of you, and I'll ask that you please take that oath. And turn your microphone on as well, right in front of you.
I solemnly declare that I will speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Dr. Gao, are you a political scientist with the position of lecturer in the Department of War Studies, King's College London, and a research associate of the Centre for Defence Studies in the University of London?
I am.
Formerly, were you a research officer at the Centre for Defence Studies, and before that, a lecturer on Soviet and Eastern European affairs at the Hatfield Polytechnic in the United Kingdom?
Yes.
But let me just interrupt, if I may, for one moment. Would you state your full name, please, just for the record, unless I missed it?
I am Andrew James William Gow.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Newman.
Do you hold the degree of PhD, Doctor of Philosophy, from the University of London, where you prepared your doctoral thesis on Yugoslavia at the School of Slavonic Studies and Eastern European Studies?
That's true.
For the past several years, has your work been concentrated on former Yugoslavia, particularly its military political affairs, and have you written and lectured extensively about this area?
I have.
Is your evidence based upon your personal knowledge and drawn from your own work and that of other recognised scholars in this field?
It is.
Have you published reports, military and civilian writings, speeches, and other official documents from the area of the former Yugoslavia?
I have used documents of those kinds in preparing evidence, yes.
Do you have a knowledge of the relevant Yugoslav languages or the languages used in the former Yugoslavia?
I have some knowledge of Serbo-Croat and some knowledge of Slovene.
Have you based your...
I'm finding it very hard to hear.
I'm sorry, huh?
I wonder if the witness could speak up.
Dr. Gow, would you please raise your voice so that you can be heard?
The microphone is helpful, but it doesn't really help us too much in the courtroom, so you really have to raise your voice even though you're speaking in the microphone. Thanks.
Dr. Gow, have you based your research on conversations with knowledgeable persons and witness statements and documents, some of which were made available to you by the Office of the Prosecutor?
That is true.
And since 1988, have you published numerous books and articles?
I have.
And are the details of those books, monographs, articles and other writings that you have published being presented in the schedule?
I believe so.
And I'd ask now that there be displayed on the computer screen the computer reference 1.1 to 1.4. And if Your Honours please, as promised, I have prepared for my friends in the defence and for Your Honours a copy of an index of the documents will be used and referred to by Dr. Gow, which may assist in following the exhibits as they are referred to. If I may, I hand those documents. One for everyone on the bench at the front.
Mr. Neiman, now what we're receiving is an index to the documents that Dr. Gow will be using. And I am wearing glasses, and they're relatively new glasses, and I'm still having difficulty seeing the print on this monitor.
Yes.
Is it possible that we could generate a hard copy of these at this time, or help me?
I understand at a subsequent time, but we may be able to have it slightly increased in size. You know.
Okay, that looks better. Thank you.
And Dr. Gow, just looking at the document that now appears on your screen, and I'd ask that this document be scrolled through, starting from the first page of it, and slowly looking at it as we go through, but in an enlarged form. And Dr. Gow, when you look at that, is this the schedule that you just referred to a moment ago in your evidence relating to the articles that you have published and other writings in relation to former Yugoslavia? Perhaps you might do it a little more slowly, please. And Dr. Gow, when you have acknowledged, could you just acknowledge that as we progress through?
This looks like the schedule to which I just made reference.
Is this the final page of the schedule?
I'm afraid at the moment I don't see the schedule, so... Aha. Excuse me, I had the wrong screen on. The schedule has now come
I
back.
think you're asking for the same thing that we're asking for. We're asking for a hard copy of this document. This has been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 1, I gather.
Yes, Your Honour. We will be
Does the defense have a hard copy of it?
Not here, afraid.
Okay. Do you need one?
No, Your Honor,
Okay.
this is not quite disturbing in terms of you need to read every word.
Okay. Okay, very good. You may proceed.
Thank you. Your Honours, I can produce a hard copy after the break. Yes. Dr. Gow, are you looking at the final page of that document?
I am, yes.
And does that refer to places where you have in fact delivered lectures from time to time?
It does.
Yes, I tender that document, Your Honour, and give the undertaking that I will provide a hard copy version of it.
Is there any objection from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit 1 will be admitted.
Dr. Gow, concerning the former Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia prior to 1991, can you tell the court about the political composition of that federation?
The Socialist Federative Republic of Yugoslavia comprised 6 republics and 2 autonomous provinces within the Republic of Serbia. The Republic of Serbia was the largest of the 6 republics. The others were Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro and Macedonia.
And in the course of my opening this morning, Your Honours, I showed you a document which I'll now ask Dr. Gow to look at. Might the document number 2 be shown on the screen, 2.1? Dr. Gow, is that a map of the former Yugoslavia?
This is a map of the territories of the former Socialist Federative Republic of Yugoslavia, showing the boundaries of the republics and the boundaries of the 2 autonomous provinces within Serbia.
And was this map prepared under your instruction?
It was prepared at my instruction by the Office of the Prosecutor.
Your Honours, I tender that map.
Is there any objection from the defense?
None whatsoever, Your Honor.
Exhibit 2 will be admitted.
Dr. Gow, could you tell the trial chamber of the ethnic composition of the Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia prior to 1991?
The Socialist Federative Republic of Yugoslavia, if I may, SFRY, was a complex mixture of of populations. The largest groups were the Serbs, the Croats, the Slovenes, Macedonians, and the Bosnian Muslims. There were a number of smaller groups, usually classified as minorities, including Hungarians, Slovaks, a series of others, Vlachs, and so forth.
Dr. Gow, would you look at the map that will now be displayed on your monitor, 2/2? Dr. Gow, what is this a map of?
This is a map showing the territories of the former SFRY as was, and on it is indicated the single largest ethnic group in any particular area across the territories of the republics of the SFRY. As indicating the single largest group, it does not necessarily indicate an absolute majority, but simply the single largest group within any particular area. Many parts of the territories of the SFRY had very mixed populations, particularly in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So where it shows where the colour, for example, the blue indicates, in this case, the presence of blue indicates the presence, for example, of Muslim populations in Bosnia. That doesn't mean that the Muslims were the absolute majority necessarily in those areas, and the same for the other colour codings on the scheme.
Dr. Gow, at whose direction was this particular map?
This map was prepared at my direction, and it was prepared by the Office of the Prosecutor.
And from what was it compiled?
It was compiled from information derived from the 1981 census taken throughout the territories of the SFRY.
Yes, I tender that map, if Your Honour, please.
Is there any objection to Exhibit 3?
No, Your Honour.
Exhibit 3 will be admitted.
And might computer document 1/5 be now brought up on the screen, please? And Dr. Gow, I'd ask you to look at your monitor now. And might that be... Do you see that document, Dr. Gow? Can you tell me what it is?
It's a schedule indicating the share within the total population of the SFRY of each of the main ethnic groups within the former Yugoslavia. The first column is based on the figures from the 1981 census. The second is based on the 1991 census. You will see that for the most part there is broadly no change in the period of 10 years, although I believe if you do scroll down towards the bottom, you'll see that there was a noticeable increase in the share of the proportion of Albanians within the total population of the SFRY.
And at whose direction was this document prepared?
This document was prepared at my direction by the Office of the Prosecutor.
And from what was it compiled?
It was compiled from the results of the 1981 and 1991 censuses in the SFRY, and was derived in this particular form from minutes of evidence submitted to the House of Commons Foreign Affairs Committee in the United Kingdom.
And I tender that document.
Is there any objection from the defense?
No.
Exhibit 4 will be admitted.
Dr. Gow, was any ethnic group wholly contained in any one republic?
The SFRY was comprised of the 6 republics and the various communities. No group was entirely contained within one single republic of the SFRY, although the Republic of Slovenia was by far and away the most homogeneous ethnically of the republics, with something around 90% of the population being Slovene. In the other republics, in Serbia, around 2/3 of the population was Serbs. In Croatia, around 3/4 of the population were Croats. In Bosnia, the share was around 44% Muslims, 30 or so, 33% Serbs, 17% Croats. So you see that no single ethnic group was contained within the boundaries of any one of the republics.
And perhaps in conjunction with that, might document 1/6 be put on the screen? and perhaps the second half of that document might now be shown. Now going back to the first half, Dr. Gao, just looking at the document on your screen, what is this document?
This document shows the percentage share of the population within each of the republics of the single largest group in that republic on the basis of data from the 1981 census. So you'll see the first indication, the Republic of Slovenia was 90.5% Slovene, reflecting, I think, the statement that I gave before. 3/4 of the population of Croatia were Croats. If you move down to the lower part of the schedule, you'll see that around 2/3 of the total population of Serbia were Serbs, but of course you will note that if Serbia taken without the 2 autonomous provinces is looked at, the proportion rises to 85.4%. The figures I indicated, around 44% of the share of the Bosnian population were Muslims. That would be according to the 1991 census data. Here on the 1981 data it was around 39.2%.
And again, Dr. Gao, was this document prepared at your direction?
It was. And in
Attend to that.
Any objection from the defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 5 will be admitted.
Dr. Gao, I'd ask you now to look at the document that will be displayed on your monitor, and my document, computer number 1-7 to 1-8 be displayed. Now, just holding it there for a moment. Dr. Gao, do you recognise this document?
I do.
What is it?
It's a copy taken from the minutes of evidence of the Foreign Affairs Committee report in November, I think in November 1991. I made reference to it earlier in saying that some of the information in the schedules was derived from this source.
And perhaps the second half of the document can be now displayed for the sake of completeness. Are these the schedules which you relied on in order to prepare the reports?
They are.
And can you scroll through, please, to the next part of the document? Yes, I tendered that document. I tender that document.
Is there any objection from the defense?
None whatsoever.
Now, this is listed as 1/7-1/8, and will that become Exhibit 6?
6, if you want.
So should I refer to it as Exhibit 6 being admitted?
That is the better reference, Your Honour. Perhaps I might just assist Your Honour there. The numbers there are computer numbers. Apparently assists with them locating it in the computer, and the multiple and the numbers 1.7 to 1.8 indicates a number of pages.
Oh, 2 pages. Okay, very good. And these exhibits have been exchanged. That is, you have provided the defense with all of these exhibits, of course. Okay, very good. Exhibit 6 will be admitted.
Dr. Gao, did the 1991 census show the ethnic composition of the various republics in Yugoslavia?
It did.
And according to that census, what was the population of Bosnia?
The population of Bosnia and Herzegovina was a little over 4 million, I think about 4.1 million, and of that total population, 44% were Slav Muslims, 31% were Bosnian Serbs, and around 17% were Bosnian Croats. There were small groups of others.
Is that according to this exhibit that we're looking at? Is that true?
And where do you basically derive that sort of information from, Dr. Gao?
That information is derived from census returns. I'm not sure if they're included in the schedule here. Maybe if we can scroll back I can check. But from other documents that we have, these are taken. These figures seem to be purely for 1981. And if you take the table, I'm not sure. If we go down the table, and there you have the comparative figures for the totals from 1991, with the reservation on the Albanians being expressed.
And this is the table 2 that appears on the screen now, is that right?
That is, yes.
And it provides a date 1981 at the top, and then there's above 1981 a number in relation to the Serbs. That's 8.14, is it?
Mm-hmm.
And then is that the population?
That's the total number of Serbs within the territories of the SFRY, according to that 1981 census. And in the right-hand column, you have the total figures for the 1991 census.
Yes. And then expressed beside that is the percentage. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then it goes down through the various national groups. Dr. Gow, what language or languages do the various ethnic groups speak in the former Yugoslavia?
The principal language spoken on the territories of the former Yugoslavia was known as Serbo-Croat, spoken by around 80% of the population. Two related but separate Slavonic languages were spoken: Slovene by the Slovenes, Macedonian by the Macedonians. The Albanians in the southern parts of the country, particularly in Serbia, spoke Albanian, and other groups, Hungarians for example, would speak Hungarian, although many of them would also speak Serbo-Croat as well.
And what, if any, are the regional variations in the languages of the former Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia?
Although Serbo-Croat was regarded as a single language by philologists, there were variations between the eastern and western variants. For example, the Serbian part of the old Yugoslavia in the east would use the Cyrillic script, whereas the western variant in Croatia would use the Latin script, the Cyrillic script being like Russian or Bulgarian, and the Latin script being like French or Italian, the kind of script that we would use in English. There were also slight regional variations in the way things were said and variations in vocabulary. This has led some people to argue for the existence of separate languages on socio-linguistic basis, I understand, although I'm not an expert in linguistics.
Now, turning to the question of religion, Dr. Gow, were there any variations in the religious beliefs of the various ethnic groups in the Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia?
There were. The various groups were the Orthodox Church, the Serbian Orthodox Church, also later the Montenegrin and Macedonian Orthodox churches, being like the Greek Orthodox or Russian Orthodox Church, but with its own prelates. The Western territories in Croatia and in Slovenia, Roman Catholicism was the dominant religion, and in some parts of the country in southern Serbia, among the Albanians in the Kosovo province within Serbia, and among the Slav Muslims in the border areas of Montenegro and Serbia, and in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Islam was taken as the cultural religious was the religious characteristic. The dominant religion.
Dr. Gow, earlier in your evidence you spoke of the population distribution of the Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. Concentrating now more specifically on the Republic of Bosnia-Herzegovina, are you aware of the variations in the population distribution of this republic since 1991?
I am aware that there has been significant displacement of the population in Bosnia and Herzegovina since 1991.
Could you just look for a moment for me, please, at the document that will now be displayed on the screen, 1-9. And perhaps the bottom half of that could be shown in large form. Thank you. Dr. Gow, what is this particular document we're now looking at?
It's a table which indicates the change in the population distribution within particular areas throughout Bosnia and Herzegovina since 1991. You will see in the left-hand column a series of regions indicated. In the second column, ethnicity is indicated. The third column shows the 1991 census figures for each group ethnic group within those particular regions, and the final column shows the figures in 1994 for the ethnic share within a particular region. Sorry, and those figures are derived. The 1994 figures are derived from UNHCR reports.
And at whose direction was this document prepared?
This document was prepared at my direction by the Office of the Prosecutor.
And just we just look at the bottom section of that document now, if we please. Is any one particular region the variation in numbers more significant than others, Dr. Gow?
I think you will see that in a number of the regions there has been a significant change. If you look, for example, in the schedule, the part of the schedule that's been shown at the moment, second from the bottom is northern Bosnia, and you will see that in that area there's been an increase of almost 100,000 of the Serb population in that area, but in the same time there has been a very significant decrease in the Croat and Muslim communities. The Croat community dropping, as you can see, from 180,000 to 30,000, and the Muslims in that area dropping from 355,000 to 40,000.
Now, Dr. Gow, would you look please at the next... Oh, I attend to that document.
Any objection to Exhibit 7?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit 7 will be admitted.
Dr. Gow, would you look at the next document?
If I can ask a question. I'm not quite clear how the census was taken in the troubled times of 1994, as apparently it was. Was it a complete census?
I'll direct a question to the witness about that, John. I was about to move on to that, I think. Perhaps you heard what His Honour said. Can you assist us in how those figures were derived?
If I may clarify, I believe I already said, but be very clear, the 1994 figures are derived from UNHCR reports, not from census has been taken. So the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, the agents in the area were working with the communities and designating the number of people from each community they were working with. This is not a census taken by state authorities.
Thank you.
And I think following on from Dr. Gow, could you look at the next document that you're shown on the screen?
Because the pre-war column on Exhibit 7 you indicated was 1991. I gather that was an official census?
That was the official census taken by the Federal Statistical Office in Belgrade.
Now, might the next document be shown 1-10 to 1-11? And could the front page of that be expanded? Dr. Gow, firstly, just looking at the front page of the document you see now on the screen, can you tell the Chamber what the document is?
It's a document produced by the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, and it is the kind of information that they produce from time to time to inform people of their activities and of the situation in areas where they are operating. This particular one is information on former Yugoslavia from September 1994.
And is it related to the previous exhibit that you referred to?
The information which we were just discussing on the basis of the share of communities in particular regions was derived from this document.
And perhaps you might go to the second page of this particular document, 1.11. And Dr. Gow, are these the population estimate variations which you referred to?
These are.
I tend to that document.
Objection?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit 8 will be admitted.
Now, Dr. Gow, would you please look at the next document that I have displayed on the screen, document 2.3, What is that a map of?
That's a map which indicates the directions in which large numbers of people took flight from the territory of Bosnia and Herzegovina in the course of 1992. You'll see going into the neighboring states, into Croatia, into Montenegro and into Serbia. The bulk of those people who displaced people were in three categories: those who were displaced within Bosnia, those who moved into neighboring states, and those who went into states further afield in Western Europe and around the world.
And when you say it indicates that, is that indicated by the arrow that appears there? Various arrows that you see?
That is the case.
What does the green section that's highlighted there indicate?
The green section highlighted indicates areas under Serbian control at that time within the Republic of Croatia.
And Dr. Gow, was this particular map prepared under your direction?
This map was prepared at my direction by the Office of the Prosecutor.
And from what did you compile the information that you put on this map?
The information was derived again from the UNHCR reports to which I made reference.
I tender that map.
Any objection with respect to 9? May I ask you just a question with respect to 9? 9 will be admitted then. There is no arrow, I gather, coming from Priador. Is that correct? Unless I'm to consider that the arrow to the right would include Priador? I'm sorry, Dr. Gow, help me.
It is. You are correct to say that there is no arrow coming directly from Priador. The arrows are meant to be indicative only. They're not giving specific relation to any individual location. And people from Priador were indeed moving out northwards into Croatia, as the arrow a little bit to the right would indicate.
Dr. Gow, is there an electronic pencil there that perhaps you might be able to assist her on by referring to it on the side of the computer? Perhaps you might just indicate that the people of Priador generally would have moved out of the region.
As far as I'm able to say, I believe people from Priador is there, would have been moving northwards into Croatia. Many of them also moved, I believe, westwards towards the Bihać area, which had a predominantly Muslim population and which remained that way throughout most of the war. I hope my little arrows are of some clarification. If not... sorry.
Thank you.
Is that...
So they would have moved...
So people would be moving, for the most part, in those directions, I believe.
Who were you talking about?
These were, I believe, predominantly would be Slav Muslims who were the largest group to move out of that area, as was indicated by my reference to the schedule area earlier on. It would be unfair to say that only Slav Muslims were moving from this area. People in all areas. There were people of all communities being displaced in most areas. The difference is the numbers involved and the scale.
Okay, good. Fine, thank you, Dr. Gow.
Dr. Gow, I'd like you now, please, if you would, to turn to the historical and political background of the former Yugoslavia. When was the entity known as Yugoslavia first proclaimed?
It was proclaimed on the 1st of December 1918.
And I now wish to take you through a series of documents in connection, a series of maps, and in connection with the development of the federal state of Yugoslavia. The first document I'd ask you to look at is document 2.2-4, if you would, please. Dr. Gao, firstly, what is this a map of?
This is a map showing the territories which went to make up the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats and Slovenes when it was formed on the 1st of December 1918, although I should also point out that that formation was not formally consolidated for another 3 years. If you read the map, you're able to see the evolution of the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats and Slovenes, later renamed Yugoslavia. If I may try and make use of this gadgetry. First, there was roughly, for most of a period of 500 years, a dividing line between two empires, which I will broadly indicate there. To the west and north was the Austro-Hungarian Habsburg Empire, and to the east and the south was the Ottoman Turkish Empire.
I attend to that.
If I may continue, but I was being beaten by the gadgetry. Thank you. In the course of the 19th century, there were some changes. First, the border between the two empires moved from being the border along the river Drina, between Bosnia and Herzegovina and Serbia, indicated there broadly.
Perhaps you might show us again on that.
I will indeed.
The River Drina you were just referring to?
Here, the border changed from being roughly the border between the River Drina, forming the border between Serbia and Bosnia and Herzegovina, to being the borders between Bosnia and Herzegovina and present-day Croatia. In 1878, Austria took up occupation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and so therefore it was transferred from formally in 1908, but de facto in 1878, from one empire to the other. In the course of the 19th century, Serbia began to become independent from the Turkish Ottoman Empire. Serbia, you will see the coloured areas indicated on the right-hand side of the map. Between 1814 and 1878, narrow Serbia, indicated by the darker green and by the line I'm now trying to draw, became independent de facto in 1878, wholly from the Ottoman Empire. In the course of the Balkan Wars of 1911 to 1913, the territory of Serbia expanded to include the areas which now form Kosovo and Macedonia to the south and west, and at the same time the area of Montenegro, which had been independent more or less throughout the whole of this period, also expanded to form a common border with Serbia. Those were the territories which went to make up the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats and Slovenes when it was proclaimed in 1918.
And was this map prepared under your direction and supervision?
It was.
So I tendered this map.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Fine. Exhibit 10 will be admitted. Perhaps now would be a good time for us to take a recess for Yvonne. What are we tonight? 30 minutes? 30 minutes. Okay. We will stand in recess until 4 o'clock.
All rise, veuillez vous lever. All rise, veuillez vous lever. Please be seated.
Now, before Dr. Gao begins again, we were discussing how we might handle some of the exhibits, particularly the exhibits that Dr. Gao puts markings on. And I understand that with our technological system, that when the markings are put on, they can be made permanent.
Yes, Your Honour.
And so in some instances, the judges are interested in having those exhibits on which there has been a marking made an additional exhibit. So for example, the one where Dr. Gao drew the arrows reflecting where persons went from Priador, that was exhibit 5, was it? No.
9, I think, Your Honour.
Yes, map of routes. That was one that was helpful to us, and so could you then make that, the one with the markings, a 9A, or how would you suggest to be handled?
If Your Honours have no objection, I think probably the easiest way is just make it part of the exhibit, if that's okay. And we just call it part of Exhibit 9. And what I'll do now is that every time Dr. Gao makes a marking, I just have to request the technician people to make a copy of that and incorporate it as part of the exhibit.
Now, the only possible objection, I don't know, I'll hear from defense, is that you have received a copy of Exhibit 9, and I'm sure you have discussed that, and perhaps you may not have any objection. But now, once there's been marking on the Exhibit 9, you've not had an opportunity to cross-examine as to that. Would you have any objection to it coming in as 9, and then you would deal with the cross-examination later, or how?
So far, we have no problem with that, so we won't object it. It may change during the process of examination, but so far, there's no problem here.
Very good. Okay. So we'll handle it, if there's no objection to the modification that has been made of the exhibit, it will keep the same number. And in this instance, it's 9, and that 9 will have the markings of Dr. Gao. If there's an objection made to the markings, then you'll have to give it a different number, perhaps, and I don't know how we'll handle the
Perhaps, Your Honours, just when thinking about it for a moment there, it may be better if I give them an alphabetical number. So every time there's a document that's marked, make it 9A, 9B, 9C. And that way it will be reflected in the transcript as well. And the document can be marked that way. It might be easier. It just
I think so.
to me
So 9 will then be the original map of the routes of population. The marking then would be 9A.
Yes.
Okay.
We joined that.
Okay, very good.
Correct on the
Okay, so now what we have admitted is 9, and as it's listed as 2/3 on your list.
Yes.
And then we have 9A, which would be the 9 with the markings of Dr. Gao.
Your Honours, I might just, if I may, go back to Exhibit 9, and ask Dr. Gao to do it again and request that it be marked by him, I think.
It was not 11. No, 10. We'll go to both.
Okay. So we'll start back at 9, and let's create 9A, and then 10. We're also interested in the markings being made a part of a separate exhibit. Okay, fine.
Dr. Gao, just looking at Exhibit 9A, 9, I should say 9. Now, looking at Exhibit 9 now displayed on your screen, would you please, with the electronic pen, mark there, as you did earlier in your evidence, the general directions or routes that were followed by people that were refugees from the Priador region?
First, I'll mark Priador again for the record. I will give a general indication of directions which people may have taken. I would stress that all of this is not a matter of individual documentary record, it's simply a matter of general movements. And without wishing to preempt anything else, would point out that in a number of cases they were given a certain kind of assistance to make these movements.
I tender that document, Your Honours, and might a hard copy be made and it be given the number Exhibit 9A.
Is there any objection to Exhibit 9A?
No, Your Honor.
Fine, Exhibit 9A will be admitted.
Now, Dr. Gow, could you look at the next document that I show you, Exhibit 10? Now, Dr. Gow, looking at that exhibit that you see there now, earlier on in your evidence you made some markings on the exhibits in relation to the division of the two empires, the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the Ottoman Empire. Would you mind doing that again for us on the copy?
I suggested that, among other places, that the border between the two empires, maybe if I try some kind of shading, it'll be down here along the River Drina, the border between Serbia and Bosnia and Herzegovina formed the border between the two empires for the greater part of a period of 500 years, 400 or 500 years. But in 1878, under the auspices of the Congress of Berlin, Austria annexed Bosnia and Herzegovina, so the border between the two empires de facto became this border here, the border between present-day Bosnia and present-day Croatia. That border was confirmed in 1908 when Bosnia and Herzegovina was fully transferred legally to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, following the de facto annexation in 1878.
Dr. Gow, do you think, if the technology permits it, could you put the date, just write in the date against the two lines, which might assist in separating them?
I will try. If I go out there to 18... This is not, so. I'm afraid this is not so easy. And here was this is rather a bit like being back at school, infant school. I hope that will be clear enough for Your Honours.
Thank you. Your Honours, I'd ask that be tendered as Exhibit 10A.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit 10A will be admitted.
Only to the writing.
Dr. Gow, while that is exhibits on the screen, is there anything else that you wish to draw our attention to in relation to it?
If I may...
Perhaps you might clear the screen so that if you're going to mark it again, we can make it 2C. That 10B.
Before the recess, I was indicating the way in which, during the course of the 19th century, Serbia gained independence, first of all in the area of narrow Serbia. Of narrow Serbia, the dark olivey green area marked on this map. Excuse me. If I could ask for some technical assistance, I keep trying to get the marker for the line and the screen rolls. I have it now, thank you. The line marked by the dark olivey green on which Serbia is written, this was the line of Serbia as it became independent between 1814 and 1878. Independence was confirmed in 1878. I went on to say that in the course of the Balkan Wars between 1911 and 12, the territory of that independent Serbian state was expanded to include the territories marked in the buff colour, most of which today form the areas of Kosovo and Macedonia.
So for the record, that's the the lighter orange colour that you've just drawn round.
Yes, indeed. I referred to it as Buffer Oka. Yes, the area around which I've just drawn the line and on which the towns of Pristina and Skopje are marked.
Excuse me, Mr. Vladimirov, I don't think Mr. Tadić has his earphones on.
Yes, I see that, but as long as he doesn't make a problem out of it, we are not making a
That's
problem out
fine.
of that.
Okay, very good.
Yes, I think so. Yes.
Yes,
Should I continue? Yes, thanks. And I also indicated that Montenegro, which remained more or less independent through the whole of this period and was never part of the Ottoman Empire, in this same period was also expanded its borders in this area marked with yellow on the map, so that it came to have a common border prior to the First World War with Serbia and Montenegro.
And perhaps you might draw an arrow, if you wouldn't mind, to that section you've just referred to.
The area there, marked in yellow, a slightly greeny yellow colour on the map. Montenegro is indicated by the label in the Adriatic Sea and the line running into the territory of Montenegro. Is it all right if I were to clear this screen now?
I'd ask that exhibit be preserved, and might it be given the number 10B?
Is there Exhibit 10B then will be admitted.
Mm-hmm. May I continue?
Yes, please.
And finally, just as a point of reference for your honours for later discussions, I would also indicate that you will see that the areas marked on the map that were within the Austro-Hungarian Empire, those areas after 1878, the territories of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and the areas marked as Croatia, Slavonia, and Dalmatia, as well as the territory which came to be Slovenia, marked in the north, where you see the town of Ljubljana marked. That those the delineation of territories that you see there is almost, in almost all cases, is the same as the delineation of the territories which were to form the states of Bosnia and Herzegovina and Croatia after 1991 and the independence from the Socialist Federative Republic of Yugoslavia. You will see that Croatia, Slavonia and Dalmatia are treated as separate territories. This is because although they formed part of one realm of Croatia, Slavonia and Dalmatia, they were also part of two separate principalities, one within the Hungarian sphere of influence in the Habsburg Empire, and the other, Dalmatia, within the Austrian sphere of influence. And Bosnia and Herzegovina was a principality within that empire. Thank you.
Your Honours, as that map hasn't been interfered with or marked in any way by Dr. Gow, I won't seek to tender that one. Might you now look at the map, document 2/5.
What is this 10?
Your Honours, this one that was just on the screen was 10, but Dr. Gow didn't make any markings or alterations on it.
10 has
been
already been admitted.
Your
Okay, good.
Now, looking at 2/5, in relation to the historical and political development of Yugoslavia, what can you tell us about this particular map?
This map shows the this map shows the territories which went to form the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes in 1918. You will see the territory of Serbia is marked in the two colours as before. The darker colour indicating Serbia as it had been narrow Serbia during the course of the 19th century, the 1800s, and the area known as southern Serbia marked in the lighter brown colour. You will see also, as I indicated on the previous map, the territories of Montenegro, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Croatia, Slavonia, and Dalmatia. In the northern part of that territory, you will see you have, if I may indicate with across. So you will see the territories which were to become Slovenia. You will also note that the border here is not the same as the border with Italy was not the same as the border which was later to be formed in the Socialist Federative Republic of Yugoslavia, which would be further to the west. The area marked in the lighter colour was known for the purposes of the first 3 years of the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats and Slovenes until the elections of 1921 as southern Serbia, and it's in that area that within these administrative areas that elections and censuses and so forth, administrative tasks were carried out.
And Dr. Gow, was this map prepared at your direction?
It was.
Your Honours, I tender that, if I may, as Exhibit 11, and I'd ask that the original be, with the markings on it, be preserved.
Is there any objection to 11? 11 will be admitted and no markings will appear on it. Is that what you're saying?
Your Honours, as we don't need to create two because he made the markings on this one, and we can preserve this as an Exhibit 11.
Okay, Exhibit 11 then will be admitted.
As marked.
As marked.
Yeah, as marked. So it's a little different than 11 is originally presented. And you're not going to offer 11A as marked. Good, it's fine. I'll do whatever the two of you want me to do. 11 will be admitted as marked.
Dr. Gow, I'd now ask you to look to the next map that's shown on the screen, 2/6. And again, can you tell us, Dr. Gow, what does this map indicate?
This map indicates the administrative areas of the Kingdom of Yugoslavia after the name was changed in 1929 and after the then King Alexander attempted to create a new administrative structure within the country which would in some way move away from the territories with historical identifications.
And at whose direction was this map prepared?
The map was prepared at my direction by the Office of the Prosecutor.
Thank you. And is there anything else you can tell us in relation to this map that you wish to refer to?
I would simply direct, draw attention to the way in which the boundaries of the internal structure of the Kingdom of Yugoslavia were different from the boundaries of either the territories which went to make up the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats and Slovenes in 1918 before the name change to the Kingdom of Yugoslavia in 1929, and were different again from the territories which were to be formed as the state republics within the Socialist Federative Republic of Yugoslavia, the federal state which dissolved in 1991.
And is there any particular reason for that variation?
The then King Alexander was trying to promote an idea of Yugoslavism, was trying to break with the traditional historical cultural identities of territories, I believe, and the change in administrative structure was one way of trying to break what I might call an historical mould.
And the historical traditional boundaries of this?
And that's indeed the case, yes.
Yes, I ask that that be admitted into evidence, if you want us, please, and may it be marked Exhibit 12.
No problem. Exhibit 12 will be admitted without objection.
Would you look, please, Dr. Gow, at the next map I show you, number 2/7. And again, Doctor, can you tell us what that is what that map represents?
This map represents an arrangement made in 1939 under which a Banovina, an area of largely autonomous area of Croatian rule, was established. This, you will recall, the previous map indicated the boundaries, administrative boundaries of 1929. The Kingdom of Yugoslavia and before that, the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats and Slovenes, as it was a state which was politically troubled. It had a series of political, ethno-national difficulties to deal with. The 1929 arrangements were one attempt to deal with them. They were largely unsuccessful. There was strong Croatian disaffection in some ways with the state, and an accommodation was reached in 1939 by which this Croatian autonomous area, the Banovina, indicated by the green lines on the maps, was established. So this map, it shows the arrangement of the Croatian Banovina after 1939.
Thank you, yes, and was this map again prepared at your direction?
It was.
Yes, I tender that map, if you want to please.
Any objection?
No problem.
Exhibit 13 will be admitted.
And Dr. Gow, would you now please look at the next map that I show you, 2/8. Dr. Gow, can you tell us by looking at that map what it represents?
This map indicates areas on the territories of the former Yugoslavia as they were affected by the Second World War following the invasion of Nazi Germany in 1941 and of Italy. You will see the map indicates, if I may use the pen again, indicates an Italian zone and a German zone broadly. The territories, some of the territories indicated in green were transferred to Italy, the dark green. Some areas were in the paler green were transferred to Italian control. Some areas in red were transferred to German control, and areas in yellow were transferred to Hungarian control. Down in the bottom right-hand corner, you will see the pale blue areas which were transferred to Bulgarian control. The territories of the Kingdom of Yugoslavia were broken up following the Axis invasion. Some of the allies of Germany, as I indicated, were rewarded with territory. Some, and in other areas indicated on this map, largely by the white area, the independent state of Croatia was created. This was ruled by a group known as the Ustasha, headed by a man called Ante Pavelic. He had been harboured in Italy during the 1930s and was sponsored by the Italian leader Mussolini in taking over control of the independent state of Croatia. It was, in a sense, a Nazi puppet state, and it was responsible for, and the areas you will see included large parts also, not only of Croatia, but of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Within that independent state of Croatia, you'll see, as I was indicating, the two crosses, there was a German zone of influence and an Italian zone of influence.
Dr. Gow, can you give us an approximate time frame in terms of years when this division between the German zone and the Italian zone took place?
The division took place following the invasion of the Axis powers in 1941, in April 1941, and in a sense lasted until the end of the Second World War in 1945, although control of certain parts of territories shifted in the course of the war in Yugoslavia. I just add that the red area to the right-hand side of the map, where it says Serbia occupied by Germany, this was a Serbian protectorate under a German protectorate of Serbia under a local Serbian administration.
And Dr. Gow, was this map again prepared under your supervision and direction?
It was.
Your Honours, might the map shown on the screen be preserved because of the markings, and could it be given the exhibit number? I tender it, Your Honour.
Is there any objection to 14?
No, Your Honour, no objection.
Exhibit 14 will be admitted.
Dr. Gow, what does the word Yugoslav mean?
Yugoslav means South Slav. The Serbo-Croatian word for south is Jug.
And what was sought to be achieved by the formation of Yugoslavia?
The formation of Yugoslavia at the time, the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats and Slovenes in 1918, was thought to be a way of bringing all these different peoples who had much apparently in common to live together in one state.
What are the major geographical and topographical features of Yugoslavia?
The geography of Yugoslavia is almost as diverse as its population groups. There are a number of distinct areas: the plains, the Pannonian Plains to the north and east, a series of mountain ranges, alpine and non-alpine in the north and in the west, and the Adriatic coastal area, which is a Mediterranean type area.
And perhaps to assist you with that, might the document 2/9 be put on the screen, please? Further to the, well, firstly, can you tell me what is this primarily a map of?
This is a map showing topographical features on the territories of the former Yugoslavia. The map, as originally prepared, was for the purposes of indicating military terrain and was prepared by the General Staff of the Ministry of Defence in the United Kingdom.
And perhaps could you take us to the various geographical and topographical features that you just described a moment ago in your evidence in relation to this map?
As I indicated, the degree of variation in the northeastern part of the country, you have a large plain.
And that's through the area, you've drawn that through the area where Belgrade appears, up to Novi Sad.
Yeah, the whole of that area in the northeastern part. Some of that also stretches to the west through parts of Croatia to a lesser extent. The Alpine mountains I mentioned are in the northwest on the territory of the Republic of Slovenia. Dinaric mountains are found through parts of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro.
Now you're marking down towards the area where Sarajevo appears. Is that right?
I'm marking to the left or to the west of Sarajevo, running the area in the deeper brown colour on this map, running through into parts of Montenegro. This area is not only with high mountains, but also deeply wooded. And finally, I mentioned the area of the Adriatic coast with its Mediterranean climate. And this is the area there, the coastal area with many islands.
Yes, I tend to that map.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 15 will be admitted as marked.
Dr. Gao has the geographical features of the former Yugoslavia had any impact on its historical and cultural development?
May I clear this map and use it again?
Yes. Well, perhaps I might. There may be a better map that I can take you to. Perhaps Dr. Gao could be shown document 2-10.
If I may, I could begin with map 2/9.
Oh,
and move to this. That would be.
You want to develop up to that. Well, perhaps exhibit 15 could be put back on the screen.
Thank you very much. As far as it's possible to say something of this kind, the geographical features, as indicated on this map, have meant that an area such as Bosnia and Herzegovina, with its heavily wooded high mountains, and the areas on the borders of Serbia and Montenegro as well, have made them natural barriers in terms of military matters throughout history, and this is one of the reasons why that area became the frontier area between the two empires. It was an area in which it was either difficult to make progress or difficult from which to be removed, but by no means impossible. A consequence also, I suspect, maybe, although I'm by no means an ethnologist, may be that it created small communities, in particular isolated areas within valleys, within that highly mountainous areas. If I may move on, and the map 210 that you showed me before, please.
Now perhaps we could move on to the map 210. Just looking at this particular map, Dr. Gow, what is it a map of?
It's a map which shows the spread of Orthodox populations throughout the territories of the former Yugoslavia prior to the formation of Yugoslavia. The kind of natural, historical, geographical boundaries I was indicating, you will see, have led to a situation, as you see, in which you have a large Orthodox population, that is the Orthodox Church, as is the Serbian Orthodox Church, and as I said, the Greek or Russian Orthodox churches, which, as indicated on this map, in the areas in the pale brown colour, were in a majority, and in the areas marked by green were present as part of mixed populations. This is a little simplified, of course. In all areas they would be mixed, but one indicates a majority and one a relative majority population. Those areas were of historical significance as Serbia became independent in the course of the 19th century, because there was an aspiration to be able to bring all the Orthodox within the boundaries of one state.
And again, who prepared this map?
The map was prepared by the Office of the Prosecutor at my direction.
I attend to that.
I just have a question, if I may. You say historical boundaries. What do you mean? What period of time are you talking about?
I'll make use of the light pen again. As I suggested, that the boundary for most of that period.
What period?
I'm sorry, the period of approximately 400 or 500 years between the two, the Turkish Ottoman and the Austro-Hungarian Habsburg Empires that I mentioned, from the from the mid 14th century through to approximately through to the end of the First World War. As I indicated earlier, the boundary moved from being the boundary between. The boundary was the boundary between I'm having some difficulty getting the line to draw.
Well, let me ask you this. Just the one that we're looking at now, which is 16.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yes, sure.
Okay. Now, this then you say would be the historical natural boundaries by religion.
What I'm
for a
seeking,
certain period of time.
What I'm seeking to indicate is that through that period of a few hundred years, you had Orthodox populations primarily within the eastern side of the divide of the empires, although there were some Orthodox populations to the west in the territories of Bosnia and Herzegovina and in the Dalmatian hinterland in Croatia, in parts of Croatia, that as the border changed after 1878, many of those populations became the border moved from the border here with along the River Drina. I hope you can see that. It's difficult for me to see.
And you're
Could
indicating on the map an area approximately about 1.5 centimetres from Sarajevo, where it's marked.
Yeah.
I thought that what you were trying to do was to explain the difference between historical natural boundaries by religion for a certain period of time, some, you will say from the 14th century then until the end of World War I, and then compare that with the boundaries that were created at a later point in time. Is that, or am I missing? I understand these pieces, and I'm not asking you to tell me where you're going, but this is nice. It just seems to me that the boundaries are a certain way based on religion, and then we see from an earlier map, which would have been the one where you showed the division of Bosnia-Herzegovina between Italy and Germany. And then in an earlier map, you showed the way that it eventually was divided. And basically, there's little correlation between the way that it was divided and the religious boundaries, if I may say that.
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound very disjointed? I mean, I understand what you're telling me about this map. I can look at it and I hear you. But I'm trying to put it in my own mind in a context.
I think what you said about the map for the period 1941-45 would be accurate. What I'm seeking to indicate by using this map is that the mixture of geographical and historical, political and military factors which created the division between the two empires was also a factor in creating a division which could broadly, if somewhat simplistically, be put as a division between Western Roman Catholicism on one side of the dividing line and Eastern Orthodoxy and Islam on the other side of the dividing line. Roman Catholicism being on the northern and western side within the territories of the Habsburg Empire, the territories which went to form Slovenia and Croatia, and Orthodoxy and Islam being on the territories that were part of the Turkish Ottoman Empire to the south and east.
I just don't see that because you have that whole Orthodox population right there between a mixture of Orthodox and Catholic and Muslim.
Mm-hmm. That is true. I'm not seeking to say that the whole of the population in this area was Orthodox, only that there was an Orthodox population present, that in some of these areas in Bosnia the population was mixed, and that part of the factor, part of this is the historic division between the two parts of the eastern and western parts of the Christian church, going back to, I think, the 4th century. Another part of it is the Turkish Ottoman occupation of the territories over a period of 4 or 5 centuries, and a further part is the area that it was an area in which there was movement and dispute, and which in the 19th century moved from one empire to the other, giving rise to a mix. All of these factors giving rise to both to the presence of an Orthodox population in these territories as part of the frontiers of the two empires, but also giving rise to a very mixed population in the territories of a country such as Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Okay.
Might that document now on the screen be 10, Your Honour? 2/10.
Any objection then to Exhibit 16?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit 16 will be admitted.
Dr. Gow, was the impact of these geographical, cultural and historical features more pronounced in any one particular area of Yugoslavia?
As I was just indicating in the previous answer, the impact of this was more pronounced in Bosnia and Herzegovina, where this mixture of factors over history created a very mixed population, the predominant groups being the Slav Muslims, who were Slavs who converted to Islam during the period of Turkish occupation, and those of the Orthodox faith and those of the Roman Catholic faith who had been inhabiting the territories previously.
Well, against this background of diversity that I think you've been speaking of, where then did the concept of a unified Yugoslavia come from?
The idea of a Yugoslav state, a state for the South Slavs, developed in the territories of the Habsburg South Slavs, that is primarily among Croatian intellectuals, or among some others as well. And that was the idea that the South Slavs would be able to gain some kind of self-determination within the framework of a common South Slav state, that the peoples had sufficient had a sufficient degree of common features that they would be able to come together and to form a state in which they would all live together.
Was this the only national ideal that played a role in the formation of the unified state?
No, it was not. Again, as this Yugoslav idea developed among some Habsburg intellectuals, South Slav intellectuals in the course of the 19th century, similarly, an idea was developed on the other side of this historic dividing line in Serbia as it was gaining independence, and that was the idea of an enlarged Serbia, or a great Serbia as it's commonly put, one which would embrace the Orthodox, the Serb populations in those areas outside narrow Serbia. It may be useful if I could ask to go back to the map. I think it was the first of the maps that we were looking at in this section, the map showing the situation prior to 1914.
Exhibit 10?
If I may.
Which is 2.4, 2-4.
If you recall, I said that in the course of the 19th century, Serbia, indicated by the darker brown colour on this map, gained its independence. The idea of a Great Serbia was to incorporate the areas to the south, marked in the pale brown colour on this map, and also to unify with the territories of Montenegro. In addition, if I may go back to 210, which we just had, this is just to indicate the movement to the south and to the southwest. If I may go back to map 210, please.
Perhaps you might go back to 210. Which is exhibit 16 for the record, if you're honest, please.
May I continue? May?
Yes.
Thanks. The idea was not only to incorporate the areas to the south and west and also some areas to the north, but also if you look at the Orthodox population as it spreads into parts of Bosnia and Herzegovina and Croatia in the areas I shall try to indicate here broadly, and down here you will see these were areas which were thought could become part of the expanded Serbian state. Some ideas might also have seen it including the whole of the territories of Bosnia and Croatia. But it was the essential idea was to create a state in which all the Orthodox Serbs would live together.
And they're in the two areas that you've outlined in the red.
That's the case, yes.
And when was this, Dr. Gao, that this idea
The idea
was formulated?
This is an idea which was being developed by Serbian intellectuals and by Serbian politicians, by the Serbian Minister of the Interior, Ilija Garašanin, during the 19th century, at the same time as the Yugoslav idea was being developed by Habsburg South Slavs in the Austrian-Hungarian Empire.
Yes, Your Honour, might the marked version of Exhibit 16 be preserved and tendered as Exhibit 16A?
Is there any objection?
No problem.
Exhibit
No objection.
16 then will be admitted as marked without objection.
Dr. Gow, what was the basis of the alternative national ideal?
I beg your pardon, would you
Sorry.
mind?
Perhaps I might go back a question. You mentioned a moment ago to Her Honour, in answer to her question, the basis of what the basis of the Serbian national ideal was.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd ask you now, what was the basis of the alternative to this national ideal?
The basis for the Yugoslav idea was that all the southern Slavonic peoples either spoke the same language or a variant of the same language or closely related languages, and that they should have enough in common with each other that they would gain strength by forming a common state together, a state which would be called Yugoslavia, or in some period was thought of as an Illyrian idea. In doing this, the people were thinking about these ideas among the South Slavs in the Habsburg lands, also looked to independent Serbia in some way as an indication of how self-determination might be gained and how strength might be gained through all the South Slavs joining together.
What, if any, impact did the First World War have on the formation of the Yugoslav state?
The First World War created a context in which the formation of such a state, which was probably quite unlikely at the beginning of the First World War, was achieved by the end of the First World War. It was achieved because the context was created in which the two ideas could come together, but the particular circumstances of the end of the First World War meant that the Yugoslav state, which was created, that is known at that time as the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats and Slovenes, was formed largely as an extension of the existing Serbian kingdom. The Serbian monarchy was extended to the territories of the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats and Slovenes, and initially the parliamentary structures were continued, but extended.
What was the major political developments or events that occurred between the First and the Second World Wars?
The Kingdom of Serbs, Croats and Slovenes was renamed the Kingdom of Yugoslavia in 1929. In part, this reflects the difficulties which this state was facing. The difficulties were a series of political, economic, social, and particularly ethno-national crises. Some of the non-Serbian peoples, particularly the Croats, or elements of the Croatian population, certainly political parties, had never been happy with the way in which the state was formed, continued to protest. There were a series of incidents, including shootings in Parliament in 1929 when the name of the kingdom was changed. Also, there was a royal dictatorship declared as a way of trying to take control of this situation. Internal problems, of course, continued, as I indicated by reference to one of the maps earlier. An accommodation was sought through the creation of the Croatian Banovina. But again, if this was to be a solution, it came too late in the history of the first Yugoslavia for the success to be proved. And so the first Yugoslav state, the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats and Slovenes, later the Kingdom of Yugoslavia, was always economically weak, socially and politically in difficulty, and in particular was characterized by strong political conflict of an ethno-national character.
What was the condition of the unified state of Yugoslavia on the eve of the Second World War?
It was in a very weak condition, and this is what made it easy for the Axis powers to invade, to occupy parts of the country, and to dismember it in the way that was indicated on the map for the period 1941 to 1945.
What were the main features of the impact of the Second World War on Yugoslavia?
The Second World War in Yugoslavia was a complex war. In part, it was a civil war between different Yugoslav groupings. assuming that you regard the whole area of the territory of Yugoslavia as being one territory for this purpose. It was a revolution being conducted by the communist-led partisans, and it was also a war of national liberation from the occupying Axis forces. This complex war gave rise to a series of intra-Yugoslav conflicts as well as Yugoslav versus occupying power conflicts.
And who were the major participants? What was the name given to some of the major participants in this period during the Second World War?
There were many different groups involved in different areas on the territories of the former Yugoslavia during the period 1941 to 1945. There were three, or usually they are regarded as being three principal groups. These are the Ustasha, the forces of the government of the independent state of Croatia, a strongly nationalist Croatian government, as I said before, put in place by the occupying powers. The royalist Chetniks, these were primarily a Serbian organization loyal to the old Serbian monarchy and were run by Colonel Draža Mihailović, who was taken to be the Minister of Defense of the Royal Yugoslav government in exile. And the third group were known as the partisans. These were led by Josip Broz, known as Tito, and the communist-led partisans were to emerge as victors in this multifaceted war.
And when you speak of the Ustasha and the Axis powers, you speak in combination of the both Italy and Germany, or was the Ustasha more the establishment of one or the other?
The Ustasha movement, as was a terrorist organization, was involved in organizing the killing of King Alexander in 1934 in Marseille, although this was done in conjunction with a Macedonian terrorist organization who actually carried out the act. It was nurtured in Mussolini's Italy, but the Ustasha regime was put in place by the occupying German powers in conjunction with Italian forces.
And was ethnic persecution adopted by any of the participants as a feature of their campaign during the Second World War?
Ethnic persecution was a central feature of the Ustasha program on the territories given to the independent state of Croatia. To a lesser extent, possibly a lesser extent, it was a feature of some of the Chetnik activities in parts of southeastern Bosnia against Muslims, but the primary focus for any discussion of this kind would be the Ustasha campaign, particularly in the border areas of Bosnia and Croatia, areas in fact close, I would say, to Prijedor, where the Ustasha sought to eliminate, ostensibly to eliminate 1/3 of the Serbian population, physically to eliminate another third by expelling it, and to convert a further third to Roman Catholicism.
And in reference to that, might there be placed on the screen document 1/12 through to 1/17, but if we could just have the first page, please. And just looking at the first page, are you familiar with this document, Dr. Gale?
I am.
Could you just tell me what it is?
It's the first 2 pages of an article written in the journal Foreign Affairs in the summer of 1993, I believe. I think it should be indicated at the bottom of the page if it's enlarged. Maybe I can enlarge it.
Perhaps
to
you
be
might enlarge the bottom of the page for us.
Yeah. It's from Foreign Affairs in the summer of 1993.
Are you aware of the professional reputation of the authors of this article?
I'm not aware in particular of the professional reputation of this author, although I note that he is working at Boston University in the United States, and I would certainly regard the journal in which this appears as being a reputable journal.
And now, I'd ask you, if you would, to look at a particular page of this particular article, page 116, and it's 1/15. That may be put up on the screen. And perhaps, Dr. Gow, in relation to the issue of the Ustasha, is there a reference there to the point that you were making about the operations of the Ustasha during the period of the Second World War?
There is. I will.
And could you perhaps enlarge the section that you wish to take us to on page 115 of the exhibit? And you might underline that part if you would.
If I may just mark it down the edge of the page. Ah. Could I get the line, please? Thank you. You see, I've marked against the edge of the page the quotation, 1/3 of the Serbs we shall kill, another we shall deport, and the last we shall force to embrace the Roman Catholic religion and thus meld them into Croats. This is a statement made by Mile Budak, who is not named here and who is here designated as Croatian Minister of Education, but was also deputy leader of the Ustasha regime at an event on the I think the 22nd of June 1941. Although again the precise date is not indicated here. My memory is that it was the 22nd of June, and this is an indication of the program that the Ustasha had for clearing the Serbian Orthodox population on the territories of the independent state of Croatia, and this was a policy which they were to carry out or attempt to carry out in the border areas between Croatia and Bosnia in particular.
I'd ask that that particular section be preserved, and might the two documents be admitted, Your Honours, as Exhibit 17, and the second document with a marking on it as Exhibit 17A.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 17 and 17A will be admitted.
Dr. Gow, what were the policies adopted by Tito and his followers during the Second World War?
Before you move on, Dr. Gow, if you can, I've been trying to follow the exhibits and the maps and the portions. So before you get us beyond the ethnic cleansing, could I ask you just a couple of questions about your testimony thus far, so that I can try to understand it in its proper perspective? You began, I suppose, or you didn't really begin, but at one point you have pointed us to a map that I gather showed the progress of the Ottoman Empire. Is that not so? And you got us to Bosnia-Herzegovina, and you spoke about natural boundaries there and the terrain, and that would explain why in terms of the Ottomans, the Ottoman Empire, they didn't go any further. Was that your testimony or not? I suppose I would ask you to take us back to the beginning. You're trying to show us the development, and you're trying to show us the development of religious differences, groups of within Yugoslavia. And you mentioned the 14th century, and then of course we're now to 1993, I suppose. And in the process, we've been referred to different maps, and I'm not sure that we have followed you chronologically. Is it possible for you, even without the maps, to tell us, starting from the beginning and taking us to the end, the changes in terms of the ethnic composition in different areas, but beginning from the 14th century? Is that possible for you to do? Maybe you don't even understand my question, because I'm not much of a historian, although I majored in history many, many years ago, but American history. So there is the 14th century.
I'm not necessarily an historian either. I would, if I may, point out first of all that I don't think that we've reached 1993. Although this document was published in 1993, the reference is to 1941.
You're right. I'm sorry.
Overall, I think the purpose of the evidence that I'm attempting to give is to set the events of 1991 and afterwards in their military-political context. In order to do that, I've been reviewing some of the factors which went to create the Yugoslav state, which dissolved in 1991, and that has meant making reference to not only the 14th century but the 4th century, but I hope in both as cursory a way but also as useful a way as is possible, to give a sense of the way in which the territories which went to make up the federation which dissolved came to be.
Maybe you can tell us without even the maps.
Yeah.
If you can tell us starting with the 14th century. I think you can do it because you've done it.
Yes, I think I can. I think I can make an. I think I can make an attempt.
And subject, of course, of cross-examination. Just tell us in your own words, based upon basically what you've told us with these maps. Take us back to the 14th century.
And tell us what you're trying to do.
I think I was saying that I was trying to indicate, the purpose of my evidence is to give the military-political context of the events after 1991 and afterwards, and I'm seeking, in giving this evidence now, to give the court a sense of the way in which the state which dissolved, which gave rise to the armed conflict, which is under discussion, came to be, and the nature of that.
You're doing a good job.
That nature of that
but
conflict.
We're just following from different. So I want you to just talk, if you can, talk to us and tell us. From the 14th century now, we're going now to get to the time of the Utasha.
Okay. If you don't mind, I'll even go back to the 4th century and go through the whole thing chronologically.
You may.
There was a division between the eastern and western branches of the Christian Church, the Roman Catholic Church. Okay. The dividing line for that division ran through the area of the former Yugoslavia. It was broadly the area between Bosnia and Serbia. Not in any. I wouldn't go to the point of saying precisely, but this dividing line between the two empires, between the two parts of the Christian Orthodox Church, was later to become the dividing line between the Islamic Turkish Ottoman Empire and the Roman Catholic Western Austro-Hungarian Empire.
Okay, to one side, to the whatever,
to the north side. To the north and west was Roman Catholicism, Austro-Hungarian Habsburg Empire. To the south and east was the Eastern Orthodox part of the Christian Church, and then later the Turkish Ottoman Empire with the Islamic with the Islamic faith. And that for a period of most of 500 years, there was a division between those two areas, between Habsburg, Austro-Hungarians, Roman Catholic to the north and west, and Turkish Ottoman to the south and east, territories which also included Orthodox populations, people, a faith which was there before the Turkish occupation of the area. The Turkish Empire attempted to stretch further than the areas of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and there were periods in which they indeed went as far as Vienna, but they were not able to hold those territories. The areas where they were able to hold the empire were on the borders of Bosnia, and Croatia.
Not getting west of the border of Bosnia-Herzegovina, going into Croatia.
No, not into those areas of Croatia. If I may interrupt myself just for a moment, my mental recollection of the map on which I marked the boundaries, the change of boundaries in 1878, flash just came into my mind that I actually wrote on them the wrong way round. So if somebody could find the record of that map, I would like just to check and to correct. Maybe a source of some of the lack of clarity in what I've been doing, if that memory is accurate.
So the Ottoman Empire from 14th century to
until the end of the Second World War.
okay.
Well, in some areas. Sorry, no, I will correct myself. Until 1913, which is when Serbia took the areas known as Southern Serbia, presently known as Kosovo and Macedonia. But the Turkish forces remained in that area, and the Ottoman Empire, the Turkish Empire, disintegrated at the end of the First World War. So it was the end of the Turkish Empire was 1918, but the end of the Turkish presence on these territories was 1913. The territory of Bosnia and Herzegovina formed part of the Turkish Empire, until 1878. In 1878, Austria annexed the territory of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and de facto that area was transferred to the Austro-Hungarian Habsburg Empire. In 1908, that transfer was legally confirmed, and it became legally as well as de facto part of the Austrian-Hungarian Empire.
Okay, so then when you get to 1908, then you have the area in Bosnia-Herzegovina actually belonging to the Austrian Habsburg Empire from middle, Bosnia-Herzegovina west, and from Bosnia-Herzegovina east, then that was what?
From 1918 until the Balkan Wars, which began in 1911, part of it was the independent Kingdom of Serbia, and part of it was part of the Ottoman Turkish Empire.
Okay.
In the course of the wars of 1911-1913, Serbia occupied the territories which in 1908 were held by Turkey. So by 1913, the whole of the territories in that area had become part of by the end of 1913, there was no longer an Ottoman Turkish presence on the territories of what went to make Yugoslavia.
Okay.
But the Ottoman Empire, that became the boundary of the Ottoman Empire, which continued until 1918.
And then, of course, World War I. And then with World War I, then basically what resulted after World War I was, you said, a creation really of the Serbian kingdom. Is that not so? Or
After
was created as an extension of the Serbian kingdom?
After the First World War, the kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes was created. The structures and the character of that country were broadly speaking an extension of the independent Serbian kingdom established in the course of the 19th century through to 1878, when it became fully and properly independent from the Turkish Empire, and the kingdom of Serbia as it was expanded, as its borders were expanded in the course of the wars of 1911 to 1913. That kingdom, which at the beginning of the First World War included the areas on the maps I showed marked both as Serbia, and the areas marked for southern Serbia, of which control was taken in the period 1911-13, all were part of a Serbian kingdom. The structures of that country were broadly those which were extended into the kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes when it was formed at the end of the First World War. The name Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes was used in part to suggest the presence of the Croats and of the Slovenes as other Slavonic peoples in this state to reflect something of the Yugoslav idea, and in particular to reflect an accommodation with Habsburg South Slavs, who on the 18th of October 1918, as the First World War was coming to an end and as the Austro-Hungarian Empire began to dissolve, had declared something called a state of Slovenes, Croats and Serbs, to embrace the territories of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the South Slav territories in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. And this was, of course, a weak state. It was faced with the prospect of Italian annexation at the end of 1918, and it was for this reason that the Habsburg South Slavs wanted to join Serbia in a broad Yugoslav state. I use the term Yugoslav only for reference.
But they weren't very happy about this, I suppose. There were still ethnic divisions among Croats and Serbians even at that time. When they joined together. They joined together because if they had to choose, I suppose, they would go with the Greater Serbia.
They chose to join
rumblings underneath.
They chose to join Serbia rather than to be occupied by Italian forces. They looked to the relative strength of Serbia as one of the First World War allies, to give them protection against another of the First World War allies, Italy. And in doing so, they joined a state in which they had to make an agreement which was largely on the terms offered by the Serbian government, which is why some of the groups, particularly the Croats, would go on being unhappy with that country through the period between the two world wars.
And where were now, at this point in time, where were the majority of the Muslim population in Bosnia-Herzegovina?
The Slav Muslims, I should point out that there are two types of Muslim population on the territories of former Yugoslavia. One, for the most part, the Albanian population is Muslim, although a significant element of the Albanian population is also Roman Catholic. The Slav Muslims were primarily located in Bosnia and Herzegovina and in the border areas of Serbia and Montenegro, the area known as Sanjak, running down from the border of Bosnia and Herzegovina towards the border with Kosovo and the border with Albania.
And they were then neither part of were they then neither part of Greater Serbia or the Croatian Habsburg area? They were living
in that area which had been part of the Ottoman Empire until 1878. The reason, I don't believe there is any single specific explanation for the presence of the Slav Muslims. There are many put forward. In general, the easiest and simplest thing that can be said is that these were people who had either previously been Serbian Orthodox or Croatian Roman Catholics who had converted to Islam during the period of the Turkish Empire for the purpose of getting some special status, giving them access to particular jobs or particular positions within society, to particular titles. By no means all of them, but this is one of the reasons in general, people converted to Islam, perhaps to have an easier life.
And was that area then part of Greater Serbia?
These territories were part of areas which would have formed part of a great Serbian state in terms of the development of ideas of a great Serbia. This was necessarily the case because the territories were mixed. If you wanted to form a great Serbian state which would have the Serbian Orthodox population all living within the boundaries of one state, and if those Orthodox populations were living in mixed areas in Bosnia and Herzegovina, then necessarily it would incorporate the Slav Muslims who were living on those territories as well. I might point out that many Serbian and indeed Croatian nationalists have traditionally regarded the Slav Muslims as really being either Croats or Serbs who by chance have have adopted the Islamic faith, or their ancestors have adopted the Islamic faith and therefore are not proper Muslims but genuinely Serbs or genuinely Croats. In this context, therefore, I would suspect that perhaps many of the Serbian nationalists thinking about a great Serbian state would simply regard the Slav Muslims as being Serbs who converted to a different religion, and there would be no problem in making them part of this great Serbian state.
And so this continued then until 1929 when the Kingdom of Yugoslavia was created, is that not so, or established?
The Kingdom of Serbs, Croats and Slovenes had its name changed to the Kingdom of Yugoslavia in 1929.
Was that then still, the Kingdom of Yugoslavia still under the predominant control of Serbia?
It was still the same. It was an attempt to rectify some of the problems with the state as it had been formed and consolidated in the period between 1918 and 1921.
Because of the concerns of Croats?
Because of the concerns of the king for the problems which were creating difficulty inside the country, and in particular because there had been an incident in Parliament where the leader of the Croatian Peasant Party had been shot and killed. It was a very difficult situation. This is why the royal dictatorship was declared in 1929. The change of the name was an attempt to renew the state, and the change to the internal administrative boundaries which occurred at the same time, which was indicated by one of the maps we showed. I think it might have been map 2-4, but I reserve my
but in any
position
case,
on that.
the Kingdom of Yugoslavia,
thanks.
now we get to World War II, and then there's a significant change. Is that not so in terms of boundaries? Okay.
In 1941, following the Axis invasion, the territories of Yugoslavia are distributed either between allies of Nazi Germany or are taken under the control of Germany. Some are put under the control of Italy, and perhaps the most significant feature is that the fascist Ustasha organization, which had been nurtured in Mussolini's Italy, was brought in to rule the so-called independent state of Croatia within the boundaries that were indicated on the map I used for the period 1941 to 1945.
Okay, now I guess this is where we were at Exhibit 17. You were referring to ethnic cleansing by the Ustasha of Serbs. Is that not so in the Foreign Affairs magazine?
I was referring to the Ustasha program. I hadn't used the term ethnic cleansing, but I was referring to the Ustasha program.
I thought the
Against the
article was
Serbs.
called ethnic.
The article is called that because the article is described as a history of ethnic cleansing, and part of this history is to show what happened in the Second World War, which was certainly could be characterized as ethnic cleansing in the terms used in the 1990s.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Now, moving from the Ustasha, what were the policies adopted by Tito and his followers during the Second World War?
Tito and the partisans were a communist-led movement, but were not purely communist. But the aim of the leadership was essentially to conduct a communist revolution on the territories of Yugoslavia, to take power, to install a communist regime after the Second World War had finished. The policies they adopted were first one of so-called brotherhood and unity, the idea that they could offer a way which was not exclusively the preserve of any one of the national groups. So it would not be purely Croatian, would not be purely Serbian. You recall I mentioned two other main groups, the Ustasha, which was Croatian nationalist, and the royalist Chetniks, who were Serbian nationalist, although in their own terms I suppose they would say loyal to Yugoslavia. But it was primarily a Serbian movement. The partisans offered a non-exclusivist view of a new Yugoslavia, one in which the problems of the first Yugoslavia might be rectified, and part of that was the idea of brotherhood and unity. But another part of it was the promise of formation of some kind of federal state after the war. This would be offer something to all the different national groupings. So the creation of for example, of a Croatian state would be part of this federation and would be a way of bringing support from Croatian communities into the partisan movement. The strength of the partisans, it should be pointed out, was the Serbs in the areas on the borders of Croatia and Bosnia, the people who had most been suffering from the Ustasha campaign, who turned to the partisans because they were prepared to fight, and joined in that fight with the partisans. But still the partisans were a broad-based movement seeking to appeal to all national communities, and offered this structure of a potential federation as a solution to the problems of the first Yugoslavia. In doing so, as they liberated territories during the course of the war, they also began to establish a system of government using regional councils, and these regional councils became the proto-formations for the republican structures after the Second World War.
And this was progressive during the period of the war. They started to do it progressively as the war went on.
That's the case. This was something which activity which the partisans undertook in the course of the war between 1941 and 1945. In particular, the decision to create this kind of structure was taken at the two meetings of the Anti-Fascist Council of National Liberation of Yugoslavia in 1942 and in 1943 at Bihać and Jajce.
And did the Second World War continue to have an influence on Yugoslavia after the war, in the post-war period?
I think it's fair to say that the Second World War did continue to have some impact on Yugoslavia. On one level, obviously, it had an impact in the sense that the federal structure of republics was created, the organizational framework for the state. But I think also it created, it necessarily must have had some impact. Memories of the war continued into the post-war era, and no doubt continued to influence people in the period after 1945. I mean, for example, in particular, I think we cannot exclude the possibility that many of the partisans who were Serbs from the areas I mentioned within the territory of the independent state of Croatia, where the Ustasha was present, and were carrying out the campaign to rid the territories of Serbs. Many of them joined the partisans and either were still part of the Yugoslav People's Army in 1991, they joined as teenagers and were still there, or were the descendants of people who had been part of the partisan army, or of families who had suffered at the hands of the Ustasha.
Dr. Gao, what constitutional measures were adopted by the communists after the Second World War?
The communist regime adopted a federal structure for their new Yugoslavia, embracing the 6 republics that I mentioned right back at the beginning, which were to be part of the Socialist Federative Republic of Yugoslavia after 1974. In 1946, the state was named the Federal People's Republic of Yugoslavia, and was given this federal structure of 6 republics, and within that there was an autonomous region and an autonomous province within the Republic of Serbia.
Might that be convenient?
Exhibit 17 and 17A, have you offered that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and no objection to 17 and 17A, they're admitted maybe twice, then I perhaps missed it. We are going to adjourn for the day at 5:30, it's almost 5:30. On Thursday of this week, we have another matter to consider at 4:30, so we will have to adjourn early on Thursday. So we will adjourn at 4 on Thursday. Tomorrow we will begin at 10 and go until 5:30 with our, we hope, our noon recess from 1 until 2:30 with a 15-minute break in the morning, a 15-minute break in the afternoon. That will be for tomorrow. But on Thursday, again, we'll begin at 10, but we'll have to stop at 4 because of another matter that has to be taken up in this courtroom at 4:30. So we will adjourn until tomorrow.
Wie even voelen weet.